Starting a New Life for the Discarded All-Rounder Volume 2. Volume 2, CH 5.1 Chapter 5, Together Again. Deep within the Alden Forest, Ro's group, chased by Gillums to the brink of collapse, could finally rest for a moment. Both Ro and the members of the adventurer party Nostalgia took their water flasks from a magic bag and doused their parched throats. Only Dietrich, the leader of the party, was still silently braving the pain caused by the burning and freezing paw marks of the magic wolf twins. Ro recalled the events that had transpired in the past few days. So many things had happened in just a couple days, each one impossible to forget. The adventurer party he belonged to, Crack of Dawn, was awarded the highest title of hero for its exploits. Crack of Dawn then became a hero party. It was like a wonderful dream come true, but the next day Ro was kicked to the depths of despair. Stefan, Crack of Dawn's leader, announced that Ro was no longer a member. Ro was an all-rounder, the lowest job in existence, who only handled chores and did not participate in battle. Stefan couldn't bear that someone like that was a member of his hero party. Thus Ro was expelled from the party without even the time to say goodbye to the servant beasts he had taken care of for many years. Ro was kicked out of the party. Ro was walking aimlessly through the town, when another change took place. The merchant Coralder, whom Ro visited from time to sell his magic potions, hoping to make some spending money, welcomed him to join his trading company, albeit temporarily. Coralder's company was one of the country's top trading companies. Being employed by them was a hallmark to success. From riches to rags, then riches again. Could this be called being lucky? This is way too much for someone as ordinary as me. So thought Ro, who viewed himself as someone completely average and boring. If Nostalgia's members heard, they would say that Ro was putting himself down again. Even in the few days since he met them, Ro had proven time and again how skilled he could be. He showed incredible ability as an alchemist, could adjust armor better than the average artisan, was knowledgeable about various forest flora, and exhibited brilliant thinking in a pinch. Ro was totally outside the norm, in everything except fighting. Adventurers earned a living fighting against magic beasts. Because of this, fighting prowess was their most valued asset. Ro was thus regarded quite poorly, as he had failed to move from the lowest job of all-rounder. But other than fighting he could literally do anything. Okay. Calm down now. Ro calmed down the magic wolf twins and had them drink water too. They were too excited to see him to stay still. He crouched and rubbed them gently. The wolves placed their heads on his knees and enjoyed the rubs, their eyes almost closed. Servant beasts are normally controlled mentally via accessories called subjugation collars. The two wolves, however, wore nothing of the sort. They adored Ro even without something like that. Probably more proof of how abnormal he really was. I told you that bullying the weak is wrong, didn't I? Ro admonished the twins. Though they did not seem convinced, they whined in apology. They had stamped their paws on Dietrich's thighs out of jealousy, because Ro was important to them, so they did not feel they had done something really wrong. The twin wolves rarely came in contact with people outside the Crack of Dawn party, as its leader commanded them. Because of this, they sometimes had trouble finding the right distance when interacting with others. They were friendly and easygoing, but their notion of right and wrong was sometimes a bit skewed. Being magic beasts, it might be something they couldn't help, but Ro suspected it was because of their foster parents' the Griffin nasty personality. Ro's innocent bullying the weak was another blow to Dietrich's confidence. Ro had used simple words that the two pups would understand and did not mean anything by them. But for Dietrich they were daggers that stabbed him straight in the heart. He wanted to defend himself, but couldn't. The twins were clearly much stronger. In the forest they had visited to gather materials, they had ended up being chased by a horde of silver Gillums. If Ro hadn't acted as a decoy to let them escape, they would probably be all dead by now. Ro too was ready to die then. They were supposed to protect him, but ended up being saved by him. Dietrich regretted this deeply. The solution to such a dire situation was brought by the magic wolf twins. From the viewpoint of the twins, capable of defeating dozens of Gillums in mere instants, Nostalgia was surely weak. He had to admit it. He was proud of their status as A-rank adventurers, but before the twins it didn't mean anything. Oh, that's Yellow Lotus. Ro was looking around while patting the twins and spotted a familiar plant. It was yellow lotus, a kind of medicinal herb. It couldn't be used to create magic potions, but its roots could be made into stomachache medicine. Many of the craftsmen Ro knew used it often. Woof! After hearing Ro's words, the twins' ears sprang up, they raised their heads and ran off. Ro hadn't given them any orders, but they always tried to help. They wouldn't let even the smallest comment go unattended. Many things had happened, but the twins were still the same as before. Ro looked at them with a gentle smile. The magic wolf twins were in a good mood. They barked a melody thought up on the spot, in complete unison. Their singing couldn't be heard by humans, but they were prancing around as if dancing, so anyone could tell that they were in high spirits. They had been separated from Ro for a few days. They didn't make a ruckus because of Ro's absence, like the griffin, but they were lonely and worried. They had always been together with Ro, so they would naturally feel lonely if they were separated. Their attitude was simply more mature than the griffins. They had finally met again and could stay with him, so it was obvious for them to be excited. Other people came and Ro's safety was ensured. From the twins' standpoint, these people got along with Ro much better than the Crack of Dawn members did and did not emit the slightest hostility towards him. They were a bit concerned that some of them got along too well with Ro, but they handed out punishment, so it was okay. There were no more presence of magic beasts in the surroundings. The situation was safe. In that case, the twins had one thing to do. In a forest, gathering useful materials was the obvious thing to do. They knew about minerals and plants, both their smell and their looks. They also knew the characteristics of insects, animals and magic beasts. They were careful enough not to gather too much, for the future, and also knew the rules to pick up materials without ruining them. Thanks to being with Ro, they had acquired knowledge surpassing not only adventurers but even experts, but they didn't care much about that. If they gathered materials, Ro would be happy. That was the important thing. They wanted Ro to join them, but noticed that he was tired. Not only physically, but also mentally exhausted. So they wanted him to rest. The twins ran off in two separate directions. They stayed close enough to be able to run back to protect Ro if anything happened and kept checking the surroundings for any threats. They looked for medicinal herbs, cutting the leaves, careful not to damage the stalks, gathering them little by little. They ripped tree bark without damaging the trunk, looked for mushrooms via the smell and dug them out while paying attention to the spores. If they couldn't hold any more in their mouths, they returned to Ro. Their timing was the same too. The twins didn't need to talk or to communicate between each other. They knew what the other was thinking, they recognized the other as a part of themselves. They did have separate consciences, but they could be said to be two parts of one whole. After placing materials at Ro's feet, they poked their heads towards Ro. He then would flash a big smile and gently pat them. Happy whining sounds. The twins enjoyed Ro's pats for a little while, gleefully. The magic wolf twins ran off one more time, hoping to make Ro even happier. After the forest disturbance quieted down a little, Ro's group could finally find a moment to rest. At the same time, a signal of incoming trouble surfaced in the city. It took about 1 day via horse carriage from Walden Forest to the city, a time that included also the resting time people and horses needed. A fast horse on its own could probably cover the same distance in 2 hours. In Coralda's company in the city, one such horse had just arrived, bringing a letter from the coachman Chuck. He was stationed outside the forest, waiting for the party's return, and had noticed the magic beasts fleeing away from it. He had thus petitioned Coralda for instructions. Coralda received Chuck's letter from the messenger horse and, despite the late hour, acted immediately. He first went to the Adventurers Guild, which was in charge of supervising the forest, then contacted Adaman City's lord. Even if the Coralda Trading Company was large and powerful, they could not act on a magic beast forest on their own. Only adventurers could enter a magical beast forest, barring special orders from the lord, so it was especially off-limits. There were exceptions, but in any case an escort by adventurers was necessary. It would also require days of waiting, so Coralda chose to follow official protocol. No matter if the method used was the normal one or a shortcut, one had to go through the Adventurers Guild no matter what. After receiving Coralda's message, the Adventurers Guild Guildmaster was holding his head in his arms. He regretted staying in for overtime and not going home earlier. Even if he did, though, he would have probably been called back to handle that urgent matter, so he somehow got rid of his gloom and started giving out orders. Send scouting teams to the North Valley and Alden Forest. They don't need to go inside, just circle the surroundings on horseback. Then radio request for B rank. No, A rank adventurers. We need at least 5 parties. Choose people apartment to rescue missions. As soon as the scouts return, we'll decide what to do next. His orders followed protocol for such a situation, but he didn't agree at all. I can't stand it. After all staff members left the room, the guildmaster grumbled to himself. The first thing that irked him was the fact that, while he had received contact from Coralder's company, the guild's coachmen who were in the same location had not sent any communication. Total beginners like the trading company's coachmen had noticed it, but actual pros, the guild's coachmen, didn't. The patrolling officers had not sent any report either. One more thing for the guildmaster to be irritated about. The Adventurers Guild hired patrolling officers, pros that surveilled areas where magic beasts dwelled, like the Alden Forest. They were tasking with patrolling all such locations and reporting in case they noticed any irregularities. Even if something abnormal happened in a magic beast forest, it was extremely rare for its effects to extend as far as the city. Because of this, the number of patrolling officers was rather small, and as they patrolled all locations the frequency of their surveillance was low, but they were paid for such emergencies, so it would be wasted money if they didn't prove themselves useful at a time like that. Useless, the whole lot of them. The guildmaster sighed heavily while leaning back his large body on the chair. The creaking sounds of the wood resounded in the quiet room. Should I wipe out the first report received from the Coralder Company? The guildmaster considered acting as if the first communication about the matter had come from a guild worker, but then shook his head as to get rid of that train of thought. The Lord had already been contacted, so this countermeasure was out of the question. Even if he announced that the guild had noticed the situation first, it would just raise the question why he did not report it. No matter what he did, the guild had already lost face, so all they could at the moment was to go with the flow. Struggling was just a waste of energy. Wait. Viviana had said something. The guildmaster recalled the conversation with the head of the reception department, Viviana, a few days prior. The conversation mentioned that Crack of Dawn had become a hero party largely thanks to servant beasts much more powerful than the party itself, and that an all-rounder recently been banished from the party had been hired by Coralder's trading company for whatever reason. The guildmaster suspected that Crack of Dawn controlled the servant beasts with illegal methods and the all-rounder was connected to it. If it was true, it could lead to a scandal that would put the very existence of the guild at risk. In order to dispel that worry, Viviana had come up with a frightening proposal. It might be safer to have them disappear before any scandal comes to light. He didn't know if Viviana really meant that. The guildmaster, however, grinned when he recalled her words. In the current situation, it sounded like a very appealing idea. It was a lucky coincidence that the hero party Crack of Dawn and the all-rounder, potential seeds for a scandal, were at the center of the problem. The troublesome adventurers party from abroad was with them too. The foreign party had recently caused an incident that had lowered the reputation of the country's adventurers, so the guildmaster would very much appreciate if they disappeared off somewhere. The guildmaster pondered. If no disturbance had actually happened, the Coralder Trading Company would be the one to lose face. If a disturbance happened, he would lose face and would be reprimanded by the Adventurers Guild HQ and the local lord. But if any seeds of concern and troublesome elements could be swept away with it, it would make it easier to swallow the bitter pill. He could maybe even see Coralder all forlorn because the all-rounder brat he got his hands on kicked the bucket. The guildmaster started to think more deeply about how to deal with the North Valley and Alden Forest incident. Since the disturbance involved a magic beast forest, no one would blame him for coming up with a countermeasure after a thorough inspection of the location. The rescue expedition was delayed because it took time to draft a proper countermeasure. The people in the forest died, but it couldn't be helped. Between the city's safety and the lives of 10 or so people, the former was definitely more important. The guildmaster bared his canine fangs and quietly laughed to himself. He then continued to consider the method to delay the rescue efforts and the accidents that could happen in the forest. Volume 2, CH 5.2. Meanwhile, at the Coralder Trading Company, Coralda was listening to a certain man's report. The man had arrived just after Coralda finished sending a communication to the Adventurers Guild and the local lord about the report he received from Chuck the coachman. What happened in the Norfa Valley? Just as Mr. Chuck reported, magic beasts have been fleeing. As per your instructions, I went to inspect the surrounding areas. Magic beasts with climbing abilities, like rock lizards, have been fleeing from the valley too. The man was a sort of secret agent, hired personally by Coralda. He belonged to the Mercenaries Guild and had signed a long-term contract with Coralda. The man. And the other secret agents Coralda had hired did not belong to his trading company. As per their guild's regulations, they did not engage in illegal activities, but they would undertake other missions. They could be called Coralda's personal arms and legs. Coralda suspected that the Adventurers Guild was up to something, so he had his secret agents watch over the Alden Forest, where Ro and Nostalgia were harvesting herbs, and the Norfa Valley from a distance. When I noticed the rock lizards fleeing, I tried going closer to better assess the situation, but I was spotted and gave up. The Adventurers Guild coachman and horse carts were stationed at the entrance of the Norfa Valley. In order to observe the movements of Crack of Dawn in the valley without being found, the secret agents could only look down from the top of a nearby hill. Were you spotted by the guild's coachman? Coralda was impressed that the guild's coachman would be capable to notice the presence of secret agents on the top of a hill. The secret agents were first-rate professionals, capable of using magic to conceal their presence. To spot them from afar was a near impossible feat. No, not them. Crack of Dawn. Then? No, sir. Did the Adventurers Guild hire secret agents too? Then? No, that's not the case. Coralda continued asking questions without letting the man continue, so the latter could only deny his hypothesis. Ultimately Coralda ran out of ideas, so he stopped talking. The secret agent then addressed his flustered employer with a vaguely tired tone. It was the servant beasts, Crack of Dawn's magic wolves. They were on the upper side of the valley. As soon as I spotted them, they sensed my presence and waved their hands at me. They waved their hands? Well, precisely speaking, their front paws. That's not what I meant. Servant beasts obeyed the orders of their masters, but were magic beasts at heart. Coralda was naturally surprised that they would wave their hands at anyone. Do servant beasts usually wave their hands? The secret agent could only respond to Coralda's genuine question with an awkward expression. He had seen a number of servant beasts during his time with the Mercenaries Guild, but the experience he just mentioned was completely new for him. I was surprised as well. They waved their paws as if they saw a familiar face in the streets. Both of them. What exactly are those servant beasts? I've never seen any act so human-like before. Ro has raised them since they were small. So I suppose they grew up different than normal. Seeing the secret agent uncharacteristically flustered, Coralda laughed wryly. The wolves had been raised by Ro, so it wasn't unbelievable that they turned out to be unusual magic beasts. For Coralda, Ro had become a classic example of the extraordinary. Furthermore, those magic beasts were likely using magic. I couldn't see clearly because of the darkness, but the terrain changed wherever the wolves and a sort of smoke rose. That was probably ice or fire magic. It was not unbelievable for magic beasts to be able to use magic. It was only possible, however, for magic beasts of particular species or magic beasts that gained knowledge and magic power after living for hundreds of years. Magic wolves only a few years of age did not belong to either category. The remaining possibility was that, while they looked like magic wolves, they were actually a kind of unknown magic beast. They could also be rare mutations or beings created via alchemy. Coralda had also seen Crack of Dawn's wolf twins several times, but he just thought they were magic wolves with an unusual fur color and never even considered they could be special. Their actual abilities were probably kept secret within the party. Magic wolves that, despite their young age, were intelligent enough to be able to copy human gestures, could notice secret agents concealed by magic from a distance, and could even use magic themselves. These reasons were more than enough to keep it a secret. As the servant beasts spotted me, I assumed that Crack of Dawn did too, so I gave up on surveilling the valley. It could have been interpreted as hostile behavior. That was a sound decision. I left 2 other agents to monitor the forest and valley from a distance, as per your original instructions. I see. Coralda crossed his arms and reflected. The twin wolves were interesting, but it was not the time to think about them. Their top priority was ensuring Ro and Nostalgia's safety. I believe we will be able to know if Master Ro and the others safe thanks to the smoke from their camp. The secret agent continued on, but, even if they could learn of the party's location, only adventurers were allowed inside Magic Beast's forests. There was a limit to what Coralda could do. Nostalgia is skilled enough to be able to return safely even if they face a level of trouble, but Coralda was sure of it, but wanted to do whatever he could all the same. Even if it turned out that he was worried for nothing. As a merchant, he valued information above all else, so a situation in which he couldn't gather any information was quite painful. With his arms still crossed, he closed his eyes to further focus on finding something he could do. Silence reigned in the Norfa Valley. In the place where the Gillums and the Magic Wolf twins fought, large blocks of minerals were amassed here and there. Most of them were silver, which reflected the moonlight with a dull shine. Needless to say, they were the remains of the Gillums that fought the Magic Wolf twins. They were completely still and looked like they could not move anymore. Yet, one of the hundreds of Gillums in the valley, inside the body of this lone specimen, something was pulsating, the fusion of all the Gillum cores in Norfa Valley. Because of the massacres suffered at the hands of the Griffin and its brethren, the Gillums learned that they could not defeat them. They once more gathered their scattered power. A large amount of cores and energy fused into one, creating an incredibly powerful mass of energy. The Gillums decide to fuse all their cores into one in order to create a more powerful body. With more magic essence in one core, they would be able to move massive body much faster. The Gillums knew that mass and speed would turn into more power. Kill. Hate filled the air. The Gillums in the valley had not been able to even lay a finger on that and were destroyed by its children. Even its comrades managed to escape to the nearby forest and encounter the other children of that and were completely annihilated. Among the Gillums destroyed in the forest, many were still alive, but they could not move anymore, much like the ones in the valley. Because of the smell, the Gillums had mistaken Ro, Nostalgia, and the wolves for children of the Griffin. All of them were considered the Griffin's family, targets that had to be killed. Kill. If they escaped, that will probably let them go. However, with so many casualties, the Gillums' shared conscience was filled with hatred, so escape was not an option. Slowly but surely, a very strong magic power seeped out of the Gillums' core. It was heavy, sticky, like the surrounding darkness. Magic power was not normally visible. However, the magic power resulting from the fusion and compression of multiple Gillum cores had become so thick that it could be seen by the naked eye. The magic power oozing from the core spread to the surrounding silver, then started transforming it. That was an unexpected occurrence even for the Gillums themselves. The body started faintly glowing in the dark as the Gillums obtained a new kind of power. Volume 2, CH 5.3. So, what do we do now? The first to speak was Nostalgia's scout and swordsman, Kristoff. Next to him, Dietrich was still keeled over holding his thighs in pain. The pain didn't seem to be going away anytime soon, so he suffered in silence. Kristoff glanced at him, but didn't say a word. We should get out of the forest. I'm sure not all the Gillums have been defeated. The party's shield, Cornelia, ignored him too. Even though Dietrich was right in front of her, she completely and utterly ignored him. I also think we should exit the forest. But, is it okay to ignore him? He looks like he's in a lot of pain. Unable to bear the situation anymore, Ro finally addressed Dietrich's condition. The reason for Dietrich's pain was the freezing and scorching paw marks left by the two magic wolves. Under Dietrich's hands there were clearly paw-shaped marks, one burning, the other chilling. They were the results of the jealousy felt by the wolf twins when Dietrich hugged Ro. While he didn't cause them himself, Ro felt responsible. He had offered to cure wounds, but Cornelia stopped him. What? No, our boss is not so frail to be hindered by a couple burns. Don't worry. He's as tough as he looks, you know. He's just acting because he wants to be consoled. Even with his thighs slashed, the next second he'd be on the offensive again. Besides, if he really couldn't stand the pain he'd drink a recovery potion. It's not like he doesn't have any. That'd be a waste of potions. Dietrich finally reacted to Cornelia and Kristoff's exchange. Thanks to the great number of recovery potions brought by Ro and the recovery candy, he didn't need to use any. But each member of Nostalgia had their share of recovery potions, as part of their basic equipment. Even if he had plenty, Dietrich thought it would be a waste to use one for Amir Byrne. Though they were low level, recovery potions were not so cheap that they could be used so easily. It felt wrong to use such expensive items outside of emergencies. Dietrich had said that it would be a waste rather than it could cause magic stupor, so he too thought that the Guillum's threat was over for the moment, so he could afford the luxury not to drink recovery potions right away, because of financial reasons. The mage Bernhardt then suddenly approached Dietrich. Because of his lack of expression, Dietrich did not know what Bernhardt's intentions were and stiffened for a moment. The latter did not seem to care, though. He took Dietrich's hands and removed them from his thighs. Dietrich, surprised by the sudden action, was still frozen in place and stared at Bernhardt's still expressionless face. Ro and the two other Nostalgia members also failed to understand the mage's intentions and watched silently. If Bernhardt was capable of using healing magic, it could be interpreted as a necessary preparation to do so, but that was not the case. Most of the magic he learned was offensive, as was common for mage adventurers. Wonderful! After a long silence, Bernhardt erupted in praise, his eyes sparkling. No matter how much I look at it, only the skin's surface is damaged. Even then, the fact that the pain persists for so long means that they use magic arranged in such a way to not paralyze the pain receptors. Magic truly perfect for annoying others. It is simply ideal for torture. How wonderful! Bernhardt shouted, eyes wide open to observe the paw marks better. His lips were curved in a devious smile, difficult to imagine from the usually deadpan mage. He was clearly excited, as his entranced eyes were fixed on the paw marks located on Dietrich's thighs, and the situation could be easily misunderstood. Twin wolves. Yes, you too. Could you please use magic one more time? If possible, slowly enough for me to be able to decode the enchantment. Now, Bernhardt turned his gaze to the twin wolves, instigating them to use magic, his fingers pointing to Dietrich's thighs. Because of the sudden plea, the twins' bodies shook and they dropped the materials they were holding in their mouths. Then, after looking at Bernhardt, they quickly hid behind Ro, their tails between their legs. His eerie aura probably scared them. The twins had been happily gathering ingredients just minutes ago, but their mood had completely changed. It was rather bizarre to see them quiver in fear, despite being capable of treating hordes of Guillums like toys. Despite Bernhardt's lack of hostility, the twins had raised their hackles. Their eyes were locked on Bernhardt, wary of the creepy aura he exuded. Wait. My thighs, again? Why? I would happily give my body for the progress of magic, but I can't observe it properly like that. That's not the problem here. Watching the bickering comrades, Ro and the others could only bitterly laugh. They're making a pretty big ruckus, but won't the Guillums notice? Cornelia speechlessly looked at Dietrich and Bernhardt, then talked as if she suddenly recalled something. The mood was rather relaxed now, but they were fleeing with their lives just moments before. It was natural for her to be concerned. Rather, it was bizarre for Bernhardt and Dietrich to be able to fight like that. It's all right, eh? Cornelia had asked the scout Christoph, but Ro replied instead. We have the twins here. If any hostile magic beast approaches, they will surely notice. Ro then patted the frightened wolves. Their fur returned to normal, as did their expressions. They're still children, but their detection abilities can be trusted. After Ro's confident words, the twins stepped forward from behind him, their chests proudly swelling in Cornelia's direction. They also waved their paws. Yeah, it looks like their detection range is even wider than mine, so I guess we can rest easy. They found you much faster after all. Christoph spoke with an impressed tone and the twins turned towards him, puffing their chests up. I think that they probably tracked my smell, though. Your smell, I see. Magic beasts detect others by smell or instinct. We can't even compare. Christoph thought that the twins had used a spell to find Ro's location, as they were capable of using magic. However, Ro's remark reminded him that animals and magic beasts tracked others via smell. His first theory was not completely wrong. Because of the Griffin's teachings, the twins could extend their magic power to detect other presences. They couldn't do so as well as the Griffin, but thanks to their innate senses of smell and hearing, they could detect presences in a rather wide range. How does your detection magic work? Kristoff. You are using it now, right? I always wondered about it, but I can't understand it by myself. Some mages were able to analyze and decode magic spells if they were used before them. If a spell was chanted, its structure could be decoded from the enchantment, but analyzing magic without enchantments, like Kristoff's enemy detection, was very difficult. Have you tried studying it? I'm sorry. I was just interested. In the case of chantless magic, one had to analyze the resulting phenomenon and try to decode the spell from just that. There were several patterns for magic spells, so expert decoders were fairly accurate. Having the ability to decode was also a hallmark of being able to develop original magic spells. Bernhardt told the twins to use magic slowly so he could precisely decode the enchantment because he possessed such talent. Of course, the activation of magic spells was also tied to magic power quantity and affinity, so whether one was able to use a spell was a completely different question. Well, it's not a secret or anything, so you don't need to apologize. I see, you can analyze magic? I guess it would be obvious for Ro. Alchemists usually are after all. Unlike crafting magic potions based on existing recipes, crafting new magic potions required one had to analyze the transformations during processing, combine materials accordingly, and rearrange magic in order to generate the necessary transformations. Considering that Ro could freely create magic potions, he had to be an expert at such analysis and composition of magic. Kristoff found this theory convincing and, with a somewhat apologetic expression, looked at Ro, brimming with curiosity. In a way, Ro's the same as Bernhardt too. The honesty in his eyes made it harder to refuse, thus making him even harder to deal with than Bernhardt. This magic is sonar, a spell used underwater, which Bernhardt altered to use on land. Originally it was used by fishermen to detect underwater formations and fish groups. By fishermen? Yeah, it was used for fishing. Most fishermen have little magic power, so this spell is made to consume little magic but cover a wide area. It's a kind of detection magic, but it's a little too simple to deserve to be called magic. It just spreads magic power at regular intervals to scan the surroundings. Kristoff then lightly bopped Ro's head, who was staring at him intently, to hide his embarrassment. If those magic power waves bump into something, the user feels it. But only the number and size of the target, so it's hard to even tell people and magic beasts apart. The reason why I said I had a bad feeling so many times before was because I could feel traces of many presences when the magic power scan was too thin to actually tell what was there. Kristoff had indeed said that several times while they were on the move. Ro remembered that Nostalgia's other members listened to his reports and acted accordingly. He thought it was a hunch coming from his experience, but now learned that it was actually based on something concrete. The detection ranges. Sudden growling. Before Ro could finish his question, the twins started growling menacingly. The blue magic wolf then ran off. It disappeared deep into the forest, running like the wind, before Ro could say anything. The red magic wolf, its fur standing up, stood in front of Ro, clearly wary of danger. As expected, the wolf twins have a wider detection range. I can't feel anything yet, Kristoff whispered to himself in a somewhat lonely tone. A little while after the blue wolf had run off. It's entered my detection field too. It's just one presence, but Kristoff's expression clouded. The others kept looking at him, without moving an inch. It's huge. More than twice the Gilem's size. His clearly tense words changed the mood instantly. Kristoff's detection could not tell what kind of magic beast it was. If it was a Gilem, the wolf that had run off would take care of it instantly. However, if it was another beast, it might prove too much for one wolf to defeat and would come to attack them too. The presence's size, more than twice the Gilem's, was the most concerning fact. There were some exceptions, but in general, a magic beast's power corresponded to its size. Listen, Ro. The question came from Dietrich. His former dazed expression was no more. He wore the face of a seasoned warrior now. He had been lamenting the pain of his wounds until moments ago, but it was like they didn't hurt anymore. The Gilems were chasing you, right? What's up with that? The smell. What the Gilems were actually chasing was the griffin's smell. They probably fought against crack of dawn and recognized the griffin as a threat, I think. The golems that survived multiplied to defeat the enemy and started chasing the griffin's smell. Ro understood the meaning behind the question and explained his theory. I see, so that's why they were coming after you. Dietrich remembered how Ro acted as a decoy to draw the golems away. He lit up a rope that burned with a strong smell and started running after the smoke filled the surroundings of Nostalgia's members. The golems lost track of Nostalgia because of the smoke and started chasing down Ro, the only source of the griffin's smell. It was proof that Ro's theory was found. Kristoff, is that unit coming towards us? What happened to the magic wolf? It's coming straight here. If it's after the griffin's smell, it's probably a golem. The magic wolf apparently just encountered it. They didn't know who did it, but a light sigh was heard, probably to dispel the tense mood. No good, it's still heading here, as fast as before. Kristoff's report sent a chill through the group. The magic beast was approaching at the same speed. It meant that one magic wolf was not enough to fight it. Their uneasiness quickly swelled. The other wolf, the one with red fur, ran off. The wolf twins had defeated golems in turn after joining with Ro. One of them would stay at Ro's side while the other fought. If they went to fight together, the enemy had to be powerful enough to require their cooperation. Looking at the second magic wolf go, Ro's expression was visibly worried. Not because he felt his own life was in danger, but because he was worried about the wolf twins. Let's also get ready to fight. We won't be able to flee anyway. It's just one, right? It's us four and those two magic wolves together. It'll be a cinch. Dietrich talked with a casual tone, to give confidence to the group, beaming a big smile. Nostalgia's members looked at each other and quickly nodded, then prepared to fight, focusing on the direction the magic wolves had ran off to. Fighting against so many golems had surely exhausted them, both physically and mentally. Even then, they showed no fear in the face of the powerful incoming threat. Glaring at the direction the magic beast would come from, without a single opening in their stances. They started hearing sounds of trampled trees, coming closer and closer. Nostalgia's members drew their weapons. Then, from the depths of the forest, it appeared, Mithril Golem. Who did the low, rumbling whisper belong to? It was also rather loud. Golems were alchemic creatures with bodies formed by absorbing minerals. Alchemic creatures were living beings modified via alchemy to give them additional abilities. Most of them were created from magic beasts. Golems were said to originate from the magic beasts called slime. Their metallic bodies were controlled by slimes from the inside. They were comparable to insects with exoskeletons. Mithril Golem, as the name suggested, possessed bodies made of mithril. Was there a mithril mine? Cornelia whispered, dumbfounded. Her remark was incorrect. There were no mines producing mithril, nor in the valley where the golems were, nor in the surrounding region. Mithril caves originated from silver caves located where magic essence accumulated, which would change silver into mithril over many years. The silver mine in Norfa Valley was close to a forest abundant in magic essence, but it was not enough to transform silver into mithril. Why was there a mithril golem here, then? It's shining. The mithril golem was glowing. Kristoff stared at the soft, almost warm light. It was the same light as the one emanated from Dietrich's mithril sword when he healed the wounds of Coralda's coachman. It's holy light, right? No one answered Dietrich's question. But that was indeed holy light, without a doubt. It glowed faintly when magic power was infused in mithril and could defeat the undead, which could not be damaged through normal weapons. It was also said that infusing more magic power granted it healing powers. The approaching golem was enveloped in such a light. Its light was also shining brightly and continuously. The silver golem had transformed through its own magic power. The silver golems, which had not been unable to lift a finger fight against the magic wolves or even get close to the griffin, had sought more power. They understood that numbers would not change anything and instinctively sought another method. The method they found was to fuse their remaining cores together to create a single powerful golem. The result of the twin wolves treating the golems as playthings, ultimately leaving them alive, was that hundreds of disabled, but live, golems remained in Norfa Valley. The fusion of the surviving golem cores bore fruit in a core that contained more magic power than hundreds of regular golems. The concentrated magic power overflowed from the core and was so dense it forced the silver to transform into mithril. That was a transformation process of the silver Golem into a mithril Golem. Though it shone with a holy light, the Golem was like a damned soul wrapped in the dark flames of resentment. Ah! Ro gasped, as the twin wolves, who tried to attack the approaching Golem, were swatted away like flies. Gore, whining in pain. The wolf twins rolled on the ground before Ro. "Are you alright?" Growl. The twins barked sharply. Ro ran closer to them. But the twins did not even glance at him. They stood back up and ran towards the Golem again. They were brimming with fighting spirit and did not show a hint of fear. "We can't let those dumb dogs do everything," Dietrich howled as he rushed forward. He called the twins dumb dogs out of spite. He did not falter before the new threat either. He was even grinning, with beast-like fangs protruding from between his lips. The smile of a berserker. It could be described no other way, but it came from his concern for his comrades. No matter what powerful enemies showed up, he would keep smiling, so that they would not lose heart. As Kristoff said, the mithril Golem was much larger than the silver Golems. Its height alone easily exceeded 5 meters. Dietrich didn't even reach its stomach. Naturally, his blade could strike its hips at best. "You huge hunk of rubbish." Dietrich swung his mithril sword towards the backside of the Golem's knees, the spot where its armor was supposed to be the thinnest. But he was easily repelled with the loud sound of clashing metal reverberating through the air. The mithril sword could cut through silver, but not mithril, as it's quite difficult to cut material with something of equal hardness. If it was moving, it could only be wounded at most. And that wound would seal up very quickly. The mithril Golem depended on its massive magic power to move. While it could not cast magic, the beast used this magic power to move and reinforce its body. The surplus magic power was used to repair its body, producing faint glimmers of holy light. Whoosh! A gust of wind howled over Dietrich's head. His movements were stopped by the Golem's approach and his sword was knocked back. It was only a moment, but it was enough for the Golem's huge arm to swing towards him. With a flash of light, Bernhardt struck the Golem with lightning. However, there was no effect. The giant was not hindered in the slightest. When the mithril Golem's fist was about to crush Dietrich, its trajectory changed at the last moment. The fist landed on the ground, a dozen centimeters from Dietrich, carving a large hole in the soil. "Dumb dog. I owe you one." The blue-haired magic wolf had tackled the Golem's arm and forced it out of its initial trajectory. Afterward, the blue-haired wolf spun in midair, lightly landed on Dietrich's head, then jumped again and landed. HMPH. The magic wolf gave Dietrich a sidelong glance and snorted through its nose. Despite being stepped on, Dietrich did not receive damage and just laughed wryly. Several fireballs hit the mithril Golem's head and bounced away. Though the Golem had a human-shaped figure, it lacked sensory organs. Nevertheless, attacks to its head were effective at disturbing its balance. Though Bernhardt's attacks couldn't damage the Golem, they were enough to let the magic wolves and Dietrich gain some distance from the enemy. "We can't even damage it. My magic doesn't affect it either. I can't even hold it back." I tried to draw its attention, but it ignored me. "I don't think I can stop it." Woof, woof. All members made their report, but no one gave up all hope. Nostalgia's members spoke for a few seconds, then scattered again to strike the next counterattack. Their movements were smooth, clearly the fruit of training. Ro and Bernhardt stayed in the back, the others formed a circle surrounding the Golem, maintaining a set distance. It was a formation used when a party's shield was not effective. The magic wolves, despite never having trained with Nostalgia or even being able to communicate, joined in too. Nostalgia's members were surprised by the twin wolves' perception, but they were results of the Griffin's training. The methods of cooperating with humans had been drilled into their brains. The mithril Golem ignored Nostalgia and advanced straight towards Ro. On this route stood Cornelia. It was natural for the member with the highest defense to guard Ro and Bernhardt. She tried stopping the Golem with her large shield, but there was just the grating of clashing metal. The Golem did not stop moving, going forward without paying her the slightest attention. Cornelia, with a swing of its arm, the Golem smacked away Kristoff, the closest member, into a nearby tree. The twin wolves jumped at the Golem from behind, but it didn't seem to even notice. The same happened when Dietrich slashed it. With a light swing of its arms, both the twins and Dietrich were sent sprawling. Despite Cornelia's attempts to stand her ground with magic, Her boots simply dug deeper into the ground as the golem trudged onward. In the end, she was blown away as well. Ro took out recovery potions from his magic bag and tried running to the wounded members, but stopped when he noticed that the mithril golem was directed towards him. This mithril golem was still chasing the griffin's smell. Ro had used a great quantity of the griffin's monster repellent to lure the silver golem's horde. Its effect was still potent, so he had the most intense smell of the group. Bernhardt stood between Ro and the mithril golem as he started launching fireballs. He couldn't afford to preserve his magic power any longer. He shot powerful fireballs from as many directions as possible, but they couldn't even distract the golem who was dead set on Ro. The magic beast lightly swung its arms, as if to brush aside annoying twigs, and Bernhardt's body was knocked to the side. After lighting the surroundings in red, the flames were extinguished too. Even the fire magic had disappeared, signaling the depletion of Bernhardt's magic power. In the darkness of the night, broken only by moonlight, the mithril golem continued to emanate a holy light. Its brilliance outshone the surroundings as if it were the only colored existence in a monochromatic world. With a gigantic palm that could easily crush the average human being, the mithril golem stretched out its hands straight towards Ro. Ro swallowed his breath. He had accepted his death once before, but now felt that he wanted to live. For his own sake and for those who protected him. However, there was no one around that could stop the mithril golem. Or at least there was supposed to be no one. Boom! A thunderous sound and a flash of light. A streak of light falling from the sky. As if rending apart the moonlight. The streak of light fell from the sky to the ground, piercing the mithril golem in its wake. A blue and white thunderbolt. Ro thought he had been crushed by the golem's palm and was hallucinating. Yet, the mithril golem's palm had not reached him. It stopped right before the boy, unmoving as if frozen. Magic! Ro looked at Bernhardt, who remained on the ground but was staring at the sky. He was gaping wide-eyed at a certain spot. Ro followed his gaze and looked up too. The moonlit sky was studded with stars. What he saw was a familiar figure bathed in moonlight. Grandpa ... Gri, Ro mumbled. As his whisper melted away in the air, Ro began to feel dizzy. At the same time, a voice descended from the sky. The inhuman, utterly boastful voice could be heard and understood by Ro too. What is this voice? Is there someone else besides us? It felt like the voice was delivered straight to his mind. Startled by the sudden voice, Ro looked around, but saw no one. Nostalgia's members were lying on the ground, but no one was in mortal danger. Though in pain, they were staring dazedly at the sky. But no one seemed to be talking. The griffin was floating in midair, the moon at its back, silently looking at Ro and the others. It wasn't even flapping its wings, so it was likely magic that kept it afloat. Ro and Nostalgia's members looked at the sky, speechless, while the magic wolf twins seemed somewhat annoyed. The brave expression they had worn just moments ago was gone. They felt completely dejected. The difference in their expression was as stark as the difference between a feral beast and a stuffed animal. Though Ro had seen such an expression on them before. It often happened when they were with the griffin. Every time it did something silly, they stared with those same eyes. The magic wolf twins whined in unison. Less than no, twins. I am not the one to blame. Mithril does not conduct magic power or electricity well, so your magic is ill-suited to fight it. There is nothing that can be done about it. If you wish to defeat it, you must train your magic control further and become able to manipulate it freely. Greater than. More whining. As the voice continued, the tails of the wolf twins progressively pointed downwards. Bow wow, bow wow. With a tinge of dissatisfaction, the twin wolves lowered their heads in sadness. The source of the voice was clearly talking with them. Ro was looking at the flying griffin, but his disbelief still prevented him from accepting where the voice really came from. A breeze. The griffin cried loudly, as to attract attention. Then, the light of magic appeared. Thanks to the light, the griffin's silhouette became clearly visible. It's really Grandpa Gri. Griffins were said to be difficult to distinguish, but Ro had lived with it for years, so he could identify it with confidence. A strong wind blew, as to wipe away Ro's whisper, creating whirlwinds of leaves. The leaves rose as high as the griffin's position, then gently glided downwards. A breeze. The griffin cried again and, with a sharp sound cutting through the wind, something flew out of its throat. It advanced through the falling leaves, slicing them as it did. Many such unseen objects flew down through the leaves. Wind cutter. The invisible blades created by wind reached the immobile golem and cut through its limbs, even cleaving the thick armor protecting its core, with almost comical ease. The giant crumbled to pieces with a thunderous sound. It cut through Mithril with the wind cutter? Bernhardt's handsome features were twisted in unrestrained surprise. To cut through metal with wind cutter. Blades of wind without actual mass. In Mithril, of all metals. Wonderful. Very much pleased by Bernhardt's adoring gaze, the griffin boasted in midair, puffing its chest so much that it was about to flip over. If he simply saw what happened, Ro too would be impressed by the griffin's magic powers. He also felt grateful for it saving their lives. However, because of their savior's voice, he couldn't help but feel his enthusiasm wane. It was terrible. Most of it was. The twins, used to such a situation, started playing by themselves. They seemed tired of paying attention to the voice. They seemed depressed until moments before, but they had apparently recovered. The griffin, with its chest still puffed up, descended towards Ro. It did not flap its wings once as it silently glided down. It finally landed on the golem's remains, twisted its beak into a grin and looked at Ro. As the golem was still emitting a faint glow, the griffin looked like a gloating king treating a mountain of riches as if it were nothing. It was a beautiful scene, as if taken straight from the myth. All the requests were very detailed. Every time he heard the voice, Ro felt his gratitude decrease further and further. While listening, he looked straight at the griffin. Still looking, he pulled out a small glass bottle and some sort of scissors from his magic bag. Ro then opened the lid of a small bottle and pulled something out with the scissors-like tool. Then threw it at the griffin. Something black hopped on the griffin's back, something tiny and black. When it started crawling on its back, the griffin understood what it was. It was one of the ghoul beetles Ro had gathered in the forest. Flick, flick, flick. Ro continued to launch the bottle's contents towards the griffin. The griffin shook its body, desperately trying to throw off the insects, but their prickly appendages stuck to its soft fur, so it was very difficult to remove them. Ro continued throwing them, so the insects on the griffin's back kept increasing in number. The griffin clawed at its back with its hind legs and frantically flapped its wings to prevent the bugs from landing. Since it was moving wildly on the unstable foothold provided by the mithril golem's remains, the griffin stumbled and fell. Why? To confirm something, and to punish you. Ro peeked at the beaked face of the stumbling griffin and laughed. I didn't know who the voice belonged to. That's what I wanted to confirm. Less than voice. Greater than. Still lying on its back, the griffin's beak opened wide. What the voice said suggested that it belonged to the griffin, but it didn't match the movements of its beak, and it was also delivered directly to Ro's mind, so he couldn't be sure. Another reason was that Ro couldn't believe that the griffin he spent so many years with had started talking all of a sudden. He then decided to act and see how the griffin reacted, then make a final judgment. The action he decided on, however, was the rather uncouth act of throwing bugs on it. It was also meant as punishment, as Ro said, for the griffin's many irritating statements. You boast as much as I expected, Grandpa Gree. I see now. You said all that because you thought I couldn't hear. The griffin, still lying belly up, turned to another direction. It seemed to be looking intently at something. Less than my true name has been overwritten. A servant beast contract has been formed? But when? Anyway. Rather than that. My name is greater than. The griffin's body started trembling. Its eyes were filled with despair, to the point of tears, its beak still gaping. If it didn't have fur and wings, its skin would surely look pale. The griffin, now Grandpa Gree, raised a cry that echoed in the forest. Volume 2, ch. 5.4. At about the same time as Ro's reunion with Grandpa Gree, a commotion was going down in Adaman City. A griffin, the Adventurers Guild guildmaster, shouted, banged his fists on the table, and stood up. The guildmaster's quarters were properly soundproofed, but his loud voice and banging fists managed to escape outside. The guild staff who came to report jumped in his seat, literally. Why yes. A griffin flew back and forth several times over the city, then left. The guild staff simply repeated what he had just reported. He had gathered what surrounding residents had hurriedly come to report themselves. Similar reports will probably come soon from the city's guards too. Appearance, inspection and extermination of magic beasts. Any information regarding them was reported first of all to the Adventurers Guild. It wasn't wearing a subjugation collar, right? Correct. Someone tried to confirm it, thinking that it might be the hero party's griffin, but they said that it wasn't wearing anything around its neck. That was part of the report the staff had previously stated too. The Guildmaster's back was streaming with cold sweat. In recent years, only once was a griffin spotted in the vicinity of Adamant City. Only the griffin the hero party Crack of Dawn turned into their servant beast. The griffin territory nearest to the country was near the border with the country to the north, days of distance from the city, in the neutral zone surrounding the Citadel dungeon. In a long history of the country, griffins were spotted only in very rare instances. Understood. Go. Yes, sir. After the staff member left, the Guildmaster gnashed his teeth and his angry fists pounded the table. Again. Shit. What the hell happened? His grinding teeth were about to let another shout out, but he managed to hold it in. If the griffin that appeared over the town was Crack of Dawn's, the possibilities were two. Either the tamer died or the servant beasts escaped. Both of them were equally terrible. Because the Guildmaster himself had delayed the forest rescue operation. If, by a stroke of luck, Crack of Dawn, Nostalgia, and the problematic all-rounder all died, all those troubles coming out of nowhere would disappear. So he thought as he arranged for the rescue operation to depart the following day or the one after that. If the tamer died or the servant beast fled and became free, there was the possibility that he would be considered responsible. Even if it wasn't found out that he delayed the operation on purpose, he would be questioned for his poor handling of the situation. It should not be possible though. The subjugation collar was equipped with a failsafe. First, it was enchanted with mental manipulation magic to prevent the servant beast itself from removing it. It would fail even if the tamer ordered the servant beast to take it off. It also worked as a failsafe in case the collar was damaged or the tamer died. A curse. The mental manipulation enchantment was so powerful that it would not be out of place to call it thus. In case the collar stopped working, for whatever reason, the curse would be immediately activated and the servant beast would die. Servant beasts. Magic beasts could not dispel the curse. Or rather, more precisely, magic beasts that could be controlled by the subjugation collar could not dispel the curse. The Guildmaster did not know that and had not noticed. Not only him, but not even the Adventurers Guild headquarters staff who invented the collar did. It was impossible to subjugate magic beasts that the subjugation collar could not affect after all. It was a contradiction. If it didn't work, the beast would not become a servant from the start. If one tried to put the subjugation collar on such a powerful magic beast, the failsafe would prevent it from being attached. Since it wasn't possible to enslave such a beast, it wasn't possible to confirm if the curse worked either. No one would wonder what happened when there was such a clear contradiction. The Guildmaster gave up on thinking that the griffin that appeared in town was the one tamed by Crack of Dawn. It was pointless to think about the impossible. The Guildmaster, ill-suited to deep thinking, threw away that line of thinking. Is it a griffin that flew in from somewhere then? That would be a big problem. He would have to report where it flew from, for what reason it came, and where it had disappeared to. The reason why the Guildmaster was in the guild so late at night in the first place was to handle the Alden Forest and Norfa Valley abnormal events. Adding the Griffin's investigation to the mix would probably exceed the abilities of Adamant's Adventurers Guild. Adamant's Adventurers Guild supervised many magic beast forests, so it was relatively large, but it still had its limits. It was clearly over capacity now. A headache-inducing situation. The Citadel Dungeon, territory of many griffins, was in a neutral region that did not belong to any country. The griffins ruled over many other flying magic beasts, so humans could not lay their hands on it. If those griffins started moving their territory and the region became usable by humans, the neighboring countries would surely start competing for it. There was even the possibility of war. Because of that, the royal palace would surely demand a detailed report about the current events. An inspection would surely be dispatched too. Investigation teams from other countries might visit the city in secret. The inspection and the report were troublesome enough, but what could happen later was much more so. The Guildmaster held his head in his hands. No matter how much he thought, however, he could only imagine futures each one worse than the other. At the same time, One more person was listening to the same report. A griffin, you say? In a certain room of the Coralder Trading Company, Coralder was receiving a report from an employee. The employee looked extremely pale, but still provided a detailed report. It has been witnessed by multiple people, including our employees, and none of them would lie or make mistakes. The employee's report gathered the statements of the trading company's employees and business partners. As information was a vital weapon in trade, all sorts of intel gathered in Coralder's company. Information that could greatly affect the country or the city was gathered at top priority. It's that griffin, surely. If it was another one, it would have been seen by someone as it flew here, but we have no such information, do we? Coralder was actually very surprised, but he did not show it in his expression or tone. It was to maintain his pride as president of the company. If he was shaken, the people under him would be too. He could show his weakness only a select few. That griffin Coralder mentioned was known by everyone in the city, Hero Party Crack of Dawn's servant beast. It would be normally impossible for him to be flying about freely. Even if the Adventurers Guild allowed the usage of servant beasts, large ones like griffins had a limited range of movement in the city. They could use only selected streets and were not allowed to fly, except during emergencies. If it was really that griffin which flew over the city, something had to have happened to its masters, Crack of Dawn. Something happened to Crack of Dawn in North Valley and the griffin escaped. Then, chased by the griffin, magic beasts started escaping from the forest? We did not receive any reports of the griffin leaving the valley, though. Could they have missed it? The agents I sent to keep an eye on things were too few? Coralder mumbled to himself, deep in thought. He had sent some of his men to monitor the situation in the forest, but it was mainly to see what the guild was up to. Because of that, not much attention was paid to what came out of the forest. They were also supposed to focus on humans, however, as the possibility of flying creatures was not considered in the slightest. It's not close to the city anymore, right? Yes. I went to confirm too, but it had flown away already. I see. Yet absolutes do not exist, after all. Let us gather information about the possibility it flew here from somewhere else. Thank you for working until such a late hour. Coralder smiled and prompted the employee to leave the room. He would receive a fee for the information, albeit small. Good work must be rewarded, bad deeds must be punished. Coralder always rewarded appropriately those who rendered him something profitable. The employee who came to report likely paid his information sources as well. Well then, now alone, Coralder leant back on his chair and exhaled deeply. What in the world is going on? There was no one to hear his uncharacteristic grumble. He started feeling a twinge of regret for sending Ro to gather materials in the forest so quickly. At the time, he thought it was the most ideal option, so it couldn't be helped. Coralder threw away his feelings of regret. In the merchant's line of work, such unexpected events happened frequently. If he felt regret every time, he wouldn't be able to do anything. A little more and I'm so close to finding out the secret of Ro's healing potions. The potions made from the materials prepared by Coralder a few days prior were inferior to the ones Ro had concocted before. Coralder discussed the possible reasons with Ro and reached the conclusion that it might depend on the quality of the materials. For his healing potions, Ro used only leaves from grown medicinal herbs, but the potions made in Coralder's company were made from the whole herb, from the root to the leaves. That might be the reason, they discussed, so Coralder decided to make experiments to confirm it. The results had come out a little while before, but they were not what Coralder hoped. The potion's quality increased slightly, but it was within a margin of error. In the end, he couldn't find out the secret behind Ro's high-quality healing potions. If anything happened to Ro, the mystery would remain one forever. Coralder was also worried about Ro and nostalgia, but the possibility that the mystery would be forever out of his reach made him feel very anxious. I hope nothing bad happened, but soon enough, at daybreak, he would receive a report about the forest's current situation. At night it would be possible to ascertain the party's safety, thanks to the bonfire they would have lit up. Let's try to calm down and wait. Coralder emptied the cup of cold herbal tea on his desk. Volume 2, CH 5.5. Grandpa Gree had removed its collar, flown about freely over the city to find Ro's whereabouts, then returned to where it came from, the direction of the Alden Forest. creating a big problem in the city. Grandpa Gree was not so admirable as to talk about its failures. On the contrary, if it could hide them, it would do so as much as possible. It would never, not in a million years, even hint at the fact that it flew over what it was looking for, all the way to the city. Or that the Wolf twins, with searching abilities much lower than the Griffins, found Ro first. Because of this, Ro would learn of the truth only much later. Less than that's probably a nickname. No, a derogatory epithet. Why is it considered a name? And I was so looking forward to it. I thought about cool names so much, and was it then? Because the brat whispered it after my lightning struck? I became conscious of that blasted name. Was that the reason why the contract was bound? It cannot be helped. I was called like that for so many years. Greater than. In the Alden Forest, Grandpa Gree was lying on the ground, looking somewhere with a pout on its beak, endlessly complaining. Doing everything it could to be consoled and paid attention to. It would even slyly steal glances at Ro and the twins at times. Ro looked at it from the side as he headed towards Nostalgia's members. He could tell that their condition was not critical by looking at them. But other than Bernhardt, it looked like they could barely stand up. Bernhardt alone looked strangely energetic, possibly because he had a lucky landing. "Are you okay?" Cornelia and Christoph were sitting, leaning against a large tree. Their expression was dark, their gazes directed at Grandpa Gree. Ro gave recovery potions to both of them. Thanks. Sorry for the trouble. They both took it and swallowed it in one gulp. Less than the golem didn't injure them at all, though. It was stupidly emanating all that holy light, so any damage would be healed right away. As proof, look at the twins. They were attacked so much, but are completely unscathed, are they not? Greater than. Grandpa Gree, still lying down, talked to Ro. Its back was turned to Ro, so its expression wasn't visible. Prompted by the Griffin's words, Ro looked at the two adventurers, but they did not look unharmed at all. The Mithril Golem's attack had blown them away, sending them crashing against trees and the ground, so they couldn't be unscathed. Ro pointed this out and Grandpa Gree replied maliciously. Grandpa Gree raised its neck, glanced at Ro, then lied down again, still acting peeved. It glanced at Ro again. You're going on and on boasting like that, but you just want me to give you attention, don't you? Stop interrupting and make sure you pay attention to the surroundings instead. Less than. Greater than. They had never had a conversation before, but Ro knew Grandpa Gree's personality very well. He quickly realized that, no matter what it said, it only wanted Ro to pay attention. The quick glances were proof. Since Ro had noticed it, he knew that no matter what the Griffin said, it was no more than chatting. In the end, he could ignore it without problems. This worked only for Ro, however. It's just as the Griffin said. We still have a long way to go. We told you to believe in us, but couldn't do anything. We were saved by Ro, then the twin wolves, then the Griffin. We can't do anything. Dietrich was sitting on the ground, holding one of his knees. His other stretched leg was being pawed at by the twin wolves. It looked like they were just adding on his wounds, but they only meant to invite him to play with them, since in their mind he wasn't injured much. Ro smiled wryly at their nonchalant attitude. Surprised, Grandpa Gree quickly stood up. Crybaby. Grandpa Gree, since when were you looking? Ro recalled when Dietrich hugged him and cried while mysterious liquids poured on Ro's head. It happened a good while before the Griffin arrived to save them. Less than. Well, that apostrophe s. Not something worth discussing now, is it? Greater than. Ro's accusing tone made the Griffin realize its blunder. Feeling guilty, it tried hastily to change the subject. Grandpa Gree had actually returned to the forest just a bit before Ro's group encountered the Mithril Golem. Not much time had passed yet. It returned just when Dietrich and Bernhardt were discussing the twins' magic. Dietrich was arguing with Bernhardt with his face still dirty with tears and snot, so the Griffin probably thought he was protesting to the point of tears. It indeed planned for a shocking entrance, but when it arrived in the forest the situation was already critical. Less than. Anyway. Not only the brat, but the others can hear me too? Greater than. Grandpa Gree shouted, meaning to change the topic quicker. I do. Dietrich's reply was short, his expression rigid. He was angry at his own inexperience. Ro had also given him a recovery potion, But Dietrich did not accept it. "I can hear you too." "Me too." "Why yes sir, I can hear you." "Esteemed Grandpa Gree, I would humbly ask you to impart your knowledge of magic upon me." One of the members was in a very different mood than the others, but they all could hear, apparently. Grandpa Gree pushed its sharp claws on its beak and reflected. Interrogated by Grandpa Gree, Ro did not know what to answer. In actuality, they were an escort party and their employer, Coralda, had paid them, but in reality, they were hired adventurers and the person who hired them. After being with them for just a few days, however, Ro did not want to say that. "We're comrades." Dietrich was the one to break the silence. "Ro is our comrade." As he did, Granda Grey's expression turned sour. It stood up slowly and sent a sharp look towards Dietrich. Nostalgia's members could not answer Grandpa Gree's words right away. Grandpa Gree's gaze towards Dietrich was cold. "No." Dietrich looked straight back at Grandpa Gree. No. Dietrich's fists were clenched so hard. His nails were digging into his palms. "You damned." Dietrich stood up and howled like a beast. "Don't you dare look down on us. We'll take down your blasted mithril golem. That's what we have to do, right? No, I'm going to cut you down too, damn it. I'll kill you and show you how strong I am. And make Ro our comrade." "Quit yapping." Bonk. Sounds echoed, at the same time. One came from Dietrich's back. The other from Grandpa Gree's head. Dietrich's back had been struck by a fierce kick from Cornelia. Grandpa Gree's head by a wooden brush Ro had pulled out from who knows where. "Boss. What are you doing? Picking a fight with a high-level magic beast?" "Grandpa Gree. I know you're doing it for my sake, but you said way too much." Dietrich collapsed forward and Grandpa Gree held its head with its claws because of the pain. "Less than you are." "Ugh. Brat. What are you doing?" "I am simply teaching him his place. If they get close to you, the same things as the useless lot will happen again. You wanted to continue being an adventurer with those useless fools, so I didn't do anything, but I do not want to experience that anymore. They never appreciated your worth, looked down on you and even threw you out in the end." Greater than. With the same brush he used to whack Granda Gree, Ro started to gently comb its hair. The griffin shouted loudly at first, but gradually simmered down. "Less than. If you wish to continue adventuring, I shall lend you my powers. You do not need to serve dull humans. Our powers can easily destroy other adventurers." Greater than. The soft brushing pleased Grandpa Gree, who closed its eyes to enjoy it. "Less than. The twins kept practicing to be of help to you. I also taught them magic. They said that when they learned it well. They wanted to surprise you. Give them a name too. And the contract will be formed." Greater than. The griffin talked as rumbling, pleased noises came from its throat. Ro progressively put more strength in the brushing. Nostalgia's members watched as the brushing and pleased rumbling intensified. Only the twins looked on with happy glints in their eyes. "Grandpa Gree, why did you hide that you can use magic?" Ro lightly put his hand on the griffin's side and it sat down immediately, completely closing its eyes. There was no more harshness in his expression. Ro then pushed it slightly and the griffin's body all too easily rolled over, belly up, spreading its limbs and showing its stomach. Ro continued by brushing its white stomach hair. "Less than. I could not use magic because of my wounds. When the twins arrived, I had recovered, but I did not want to show those abilities to the useless lot. Just because I'm a griffin. They used that spiteful collar to take me from you. If I showed more power, who knows what they would have done. I disliked that my powers led to their fame too. I planned to do something when the twins became independent, but..." Greater than. Grandpa Gree, you want to be with me, right? Less than. It's the same for the twins, you know? Greater than. I see. Ro then stopped and looked at Nostalgia's members. I'm sorry, but I can't become your comrade. There was a conviction in his tone. Ro's expression was clear. He had the face of a man who had made his decision. I see. Yeah, I should have known. Dietrich replied first to Ro's words. He was still on all fours because of Cornelia's kick, so he looked up at Ro's face. His face, dirty with mud, showed a lonely smile. Hearing what Grandpa Gree said to Ro probably gave him things to think about. Even if I did, I would probably be in the way. After all that happened, you still put yourself down like that, eh? Despite the fact that Grandpa Gree talked about Ro as if he was superior to Nostalgia, Ro's opinion of himself had not changed. The reason why he refused could maybe be that he didn't want to bring them down, rather than what Grandpa Gray said. As usual, he had a fairly low opinion of himself. Smiling wryly, Dietrich thought of the people that caused him to think like that and clenched his fists. Less than hey. You're already finished? Greater than. Grandpa Gray scolded Ro, still lying belly up. The short brushing clearly did not satisfy him. Yeah, the conversation was over after all. Ro replied in an unexpected way and returned to brushing Grandpa Gray. The other Nostalgia members looked at him a bit sadly but accepted Ro's decision. People too used to getting dumped always go wild. That was just like meeting your new girlfriend's father and proclaim she is your lover. Of course he'd get wary. It was a chance to learn unknown magic. You deserve the death sentence. Woof, woof. Fully recovered thanks to the magic potions, Nostalgia's members stated their accusations one by one. No, we were Ro's comrades, weren't we? We shared a life or death experience together. You really have to realize that delusions like that are the reason why girls don't like you. I told you in advance not to confuse Ro, but there you go. Woof, woof. I'm sorry. But him. Why are the magic wolves kicking me like this? The twins were indeed continuously kicking Dietrich. Ro found it heartwarming, since they were inviting him to play. But to Dietrich and the other Nostalgia members it only looked like they were adding on his injuries. Anyway, should we set up camp? My detection can't find anything anymore, and with the Griffin and the twins around, we should be safe. I'm exhausted, honestly. Yeah, that's right. Everyone agreed to Kristoff's proposal to set up camp, barring one. Griffin, Grandpa Gray. The Griffin grinned, deftly twisting its beak. Its stomach was still being brushed, so it was still rather shamefully belly up with its limbs spread, but even if it could speak human language, its sense of shame was not the same as the average human. On the contrary, it showed its stomach rather boldly. Even if he said that, it's gone now, isn't it? Kristoff pointed at the golem's glowing remains. It was clearly dead and did not move an inch! The Nostalgia members tensed up. Ro stopped the brushing too. Is it possible for another one to show up? The news of this very unhappy truth froze not only Nostalgia, but also Ro in place. Grandpa Gray stood back up, climbed on top of the golem to prove a point, then looked down literally and figuratively on the group. In clear contrast with Grandpa Gray's amused tone, Nostalgia's members were growing pale. The situation had taken a nasty turn. But they did not have the means to resist. You're telling me to defeat it? That was the condition to become comrades with Ro, wasn't it? Grandpa Gray's sadistic tone froze the atmosphere. I just said that because I got too worked up. Such words came up into Dietrich's throat, but then he remembered that he said he would cut down the Griffin as well. Thinking that the Griffin could bring that up again, he realized that there was a higher chance of surviving against the mithril golem. However, they were not currently in danger and there was no reason to put themselves in it. There was now enough strength to protect Ro, and now that he clearly refused to become their comrade, there was no point in looking for a fight. Dietrich didn't have the slightest intention to go fight a mithril golem on his own will. If possible, he would like to be forgiven. I guess I should prostrate myself or something. So he started thinking. It was somewhat pathetic, but Dietrich was used to prostrate himself to apologize. Only to girls, though. You will lend us knowledge? The shout came from Bernhardt. He was so loud that even Grandpa Gray faltered. I will do anything. Please impart us your teachings, Bernhardt shouted again as he approached the Griffin. His eyes were filled with reverence. Even if they could talk and it was an ally at present, to approach a high-level magic beast like that wasn't normal at all. Less than him. Greater than. Grandpa Gray too found itself at a loss for words because of the unexpected reaction. Ro, who was thinking of whacking the Griffin again for getting too feisty again, was taken aback too. What kind of knowledge could allow a magic user like me to defeat that mithril golem? Is it something like your majestic wind magic? But I do not have enough magic power to cast such a powerful spell. What kind of methods would you suggest? Bernhardt continued pressing the Griffin with questions, close enough that spit from his fervent words could reach the magic beast. He was clearly desperate not to lose a precious chance. Stop it. We didn't stand a chance before, remember? How are we supposed to win? There's no need to risk our lives for nothing. Yeah, and the Griffin can kill it easily, right? Even if we can receive its teachings, shouldn't we take Ro back to town first? We will apologize for the leader's rash words, but don't make us take risks for nothing. Cornelia and Kristoff tried with all their might to pull Bernhardt away from Grandpa Gree, but he resisted with unthinkable strength. It was probably the kind of strength people could exert in extreme situations. I will not give this up, no matter what. Cornelia, try all you want, but I will not stop. This is a chance to touch upon the knowledge of a being that can use such advanced magic so easily. And it even offers to teach us personally. I will never surrender. If you two refuse, then the leader and I will go alone. I will receive Lord Grandpa Gree's precious teachings and rise to greater heights. Ro had no chance to interject. He had no idea how to react to Bernhardt, whom he thought to be a quiet, attentive person, and his verbal rampage. He had showed a similar reaction when the Wolf twins used their magic. Evidently he was the kind of person that lost sight of his surroundings when magic was involved. A magic fanatic, so to speak. I have to be careful too. Ro knew that he shared some of Bernhardt's qualities, so he calmly reflected while looking at the situation. Dietrich was standing there dazed as well, but he was feeling much tenser. His words had started it all, after all. Then Bernhardt involved him even more. He had to find a way for both Bernhardt and Grandpa Gree to desist. He didn't know the Griffin's personality well, so he didn't know what the right course of action could be. On the other hand, he knew Bernhardt's too well, so he knew that he wouldn't stop easily and was at a loss about what to do. Bernhardt, calm down. I am calm. If you were, you wouldn't say stuff like that. I am. This is a stroke of luck that not even Her Excellency the Queen could grant. What magic user worth their salt could ever let it go? Oh, esteemed Grandpa Gree, I beg of you, please do share the secrets of your unfathomable powers. I beseech you. Even the tiniest fragment of your boundless wisdom will do. Even while wrestling with Kristoff and Cornelia, Bernhardt fought them off with every last ounce of his strength and continued shouting. After listening to Bernhardt's passionate pleas, Grandpa Gree glanced at Ro. He looked perfectly happy, with an utterly satisfied expression on its face. The Griffin boasted and laughed loudly. Despite the high-sounding tone, what he said was almost pitiful, which was very like Grandpa Gree. Grandpa Gree did not actually mean to sick the Mithril Golem on nostalgia. It simply felt like pranking them a little. Dietrich just needed to act humble and apologize. The Griffin just wanted to make him swallow his words, after saying that Ro was their comrade as if he was something they owned. He knew that Ro would stop any proposal that put nostalgia in danger, after all. It could tell that Ro liked them and had heard from the twins that they had put their lives on the line to protect him. The conversation was supposed to end when Ro interjected between them. Because of Bernhardt's unexpected entry, however, the conversation turned to how the Griffin should be adored. No matter what triggered it, there was no way that the proud Griffin wouldn't be pleased by it. It had forgotten its initial goal and was now cackling, very much pleased. Looking at Grandpa Gree, Ro found himself calmer, almost cold. He didn't really care what they did anymore. Grandpa Gree is a good teacher, so they should be okay. Ro sighed loudly. Despite what it said, Grandpa Gree usually took good care of those beneath it. It would never treat badly someone that approached it as humbly as Bernhardt did. The Wolf twins were a good example. After it took them under its wings, their safety was guaranteed. Nostalgia's members would be pushed a little hard, maybe, but they would be injured at most. Nothing Ro's recovery potions couldn't fix. The rampaging Bernhardt and adulated Grandpa Gree couldn't be stopped easily even if they tried. Their safety was guaranteed, so letting them do as they pleased could be the best way to limit damage to a minimum. Guess I should do what I want to. The loudly laughing Grandpa Gree, Bernhardt grappling and fighting against Cornelia and Kristoff. Dazed and confused Dietrich. Despite the probably imminent arrival of a Mithril Golem, the four humans and the magic beast seemed to be acting a comedy, so Ro let them be. Ro looked at the magic wolf twins, still pecking at Dietrich. They immediately understood what his gaze meant and ran up to him. Ro gently patted them. Can you help me a little? I want to gather mithril fragments about the size of a fingertip. The twins wagged their tails happily and ran towards the former golem. Now just a heap of mithril. Let's see if it works. No one was there to hear his excited whisper. Volume 2, CH 6.1 Chapter 6, Conclusion. In the forest deep inside Norfa Valley, moonlight and tranquility reigned. My body feels hot and yet so cold. The female cleric opened her eyes. A burning sensation filled her body. Deep inside it, however, she felt a terrible chill. She slowly opened her eyes fully, but her field of view was blurred, twisted. She was some sort of wreckage in front of her and recalled what happened until then. Her party, Crack of Dawn, was rebelled against by the griffin they used to tame and was forced to fight against a silver Gillam without proper preparation. They were punched, kicked, almost killed by the Gillams. The griffin abandoned them and flew off somewhere. The wreckage before her was the contents of their magic bag, spat out after the Gillam broke it. It contained their important foodstuffs, magic potions, equipment reserves, stomped and crushed by the Gillams. She was lying next to it, like a corpse. After remembering everything, her brain probably returned to functioning properly. The burning sensation turned into pain. Only then did she notice the wounds covering her body. A jolt of pain struck deep into her throat. She tried casting recovery magic, but spat out a clot of blood and could not finish the incantation. Because of the failed chant, the spell was not performed, but the magic power meant for the spell still poured into her body. At the same time, she felt sick, as if her brain was being shaken, and she felt colder. Magic stupor. She understood instinctively. She had fallen into a state of magic stupor. Her body reached the limit of the magic power it could accept. Bon continued using healing magic on her wounded body. In her state of confusion, she used abbreviated chanting, so there was barely any effect, doing nothing to even alleviate the pain. But even so she continued casting. Because of this, despite the lack of discernible effects, the vicious cycle of accumulating magic power continued. It hurts. Stop. He.L. She tried chanting with all her might, but her voice wouldn't come out. She couldn't form full words. I should have learned to cast spells without chanting. Meaningless regrets welled up inside Bon. Casting magic using long incantations was the simplest way. The next method was to use abbreviated chanting, reciting only the keywords required for the spell. Finally, the most difficult method was to cast spells without chanting the incantation. Bon had studied abbreviated chanting, but she couldn't cast spells without chanting. She had the resources to learn, but disliked the effort needed to do so. Her role was recovery and long-range offense, not to put herself in danger. Because of this, she couldn't imagine a situation where not even abbreviated chanting was possible and considered it useless to practice any further. It hurts. Thinking that, if she could at least get rid of whatever was clogging her throat, she could chant, Bon tried raising her body to go look for water. A sharp pain jolted through her, from her legs to her back. She couldn't scream. All she could do was bear with it and clench her teeth. Bon opened her tear-filled eyes again and the view became clear. The tears probably washed away the dirt covering her eyes. She could see many corpses of silver-colored Gillams around her. They reflected the moonlight, giving a dull glow. Is there anyone that I can use? She looked around, bearing through the pain. The Gillams were not moving, but nothing else moved either. What happened to Crack of Dawn's members? She finally spotted two of them. The first was Olan, the tank. His large armor and body stood out. He was beaten and battered, collapsed on the ground, but his hands moved slightly when Bon noticed him, so he should still be alive. However, he didn't look like he would be of much help to Bon in the current situation. He looked just like a corpse. The second figure she spotted was the leader, Stefan. His arms and legs were twisted, partly severed. It surely did not look like there was any chance he was alive. And I'm here, injured, in so much pain. You're all useless. She looked down at those two things. There might be called hero party, but in the end they were just a bunch of low-born humans. If they weren't any use to her, there was no point in their existence. Bon quickly discarded any thoughts about them and looked around again. She could clearly see some wreckage and water-like liquid pooling under it. Magic potions. Bon realized what the pooling liquid actually was, the magic potions stored in the magic bag. They had flown out their shattered glass containers. If only I could drink that. She tried raising her body again. Despite the severe pain, she managed to move her upper body, but her legs wouldn't budge. She started crawling on her arms. She could advance just a little, but it felt like an immeasurable distance. She managed to reach the pool, somehow, and put her lips to the muddy remains of the recovery potions. If she possessed correct knowledge about magic potions, she would have known that what she was doing was extremely dangerous. Her brain shook. She felt strong nausea coming up. All the symptoms of magic stupor struck. She bore through them and continued sipping the muddy water. Then Bon, overtaken by a magic stupor so strong that she felt like she was going crazy, lost consciousness again. In the Alden Forest, Dietrich came to and found very unique scenery before his eyes. Cornelia, in light gear after removing her armor, was hugging Bernhardt from behind, for whatever reason. There was no intimate atmosphere at all, however, both of them were staring at the ground before them, with very grave expressions on their faces. Christoph was sitting on the ground, with his eyes closed and legs crossed. He had a block of mithril on his lap and his hands over it, as if they were looking for something. The block of mithril probably came from the golem, but it was not glowing anymore. What's going on? Oh, you're awake. The voice came from the side. Dietrich turned and saw Rose sitting next to a small folding table, using pots, mortars and glass containers to concoct magic potions. It was a pretty strange sight, considering they were in a magic beast forest. The twin wolves were at Rose's sides, watching him work. I remember I prostrated, and what happened next? Dietrich looked through his memories, but they were cut off halfway. He recalled that right before losing consciousness he felt a sharp pain, then it felt like he was doused in chilling water and a multitude of worms crawled all over his body. He realized that was the reason why he lost consciousness. Did the griffin do something to me? Scratching his bedhead, Dietrich instinctively found the right answer. He had suffered through all sorts of unpleasant and painful sensations, but now he felt completely recovered. His body brimmed with strength. Would you like some water? Yeah. Sorry for the trouble. Dietrich drank the water Ro gave him, then looked around again. He saw Grandpa Gree, on top of the remains of the mithril golem. It looked extremely proud, like a king atop a throne. When their eyes met, the griffin deftly twisted its beak into a grin. I was Crybaby and now I'm Sleepyhead. Dietrich wanted to protest that they were both humiliating names, but he swallowed his words. If he said anything thoughtless they might end up arguing again. Grandpa Gree, he needs to eat first. Grandpa Gree wanted to start the training immediately, but Ro interrupted. Dietrich recalled that they had continued fighting without eating anything for dinner and felt that his hunger was reaching its limits. You said that something like that was possible if you became a great wizard or a sage, right? And you also said that if they go without meals for too long, magic users can become liches, right? Grandpa Gree replied, but avoided Rose's eyes. It's not, that's why you explained it like that to the other three. Grandpa Gree, why are you especially strict to Dietrich? Less than I dislike that man. Greater than. You're saying that again? Sheesh. And it's disrespectful to talk from a high place like that. Calm down. Grandpa Gree begrudgingly obeyed and descended from its mithril throne. Ro didn't think Grandpa Gree really hated Dietrich. He knew it was just acting difficult. If it really hated him, it would do much worse. Grandpa Gree acted like that because it saw Dietrich as a rival. On the other hand, for some reason the twin magic wolves seemed to have taken a liking to Dietrich. They were currently kicking his legs around, inviting him to play now that he was awake. He didn't know what they meant and thought they didn't like him either, though. Here, please eat this. Oh, thanks. Dietrich took the bowl he was suddenly given. Steaming soup filled it. Is it safe to eat? The soup was filled with lots of meat and colorful vegetables. Grandpa Gree says it is. I made the soup with wild boar meat and white root herbs. I see. Dietrich wasn't worried about the flavor of the soup, but whether it was safe to make soup in the middle of a magic beast forest. In magic beast forests or their surroundings, the smell of food would attract the magic beasts, so it was common sense for adventurers not to cook meat or make soup. Ro understood the meaning of the question and answered that it was all right. Dietrich glanced at Grandpa Gree, who joined in the conversation, then drank the soup, which filled his empty stomach with warmth. Grandpa Gree shouted in protest, but Dietrich ignored that too and continued drinking. Delicious. By the way, I forgot to ask since so many things happened. But what happened to Crack of Dawn? Dietrich suddenly asked a question to Grandpa Gree. Surprises, new fears, shouting, so many things happened that he couldn't ask before, but the question never left his mind. If the Griffin was here, something must have happened to Crack of Dawn, the party it used to belong to. Something surely not pleasant. The mass creation of golems that almost caused Nostalgia's death was surely tied to Crack of Dawn. Dietrich was naturally concerned about it. Less than greater than. Grandpa Grey did not reply. It did not change its expression and looked straight at Dietrich, a heavy pressure in its eyes. He won't tell us. Something like, if we learn something we aren't supposed to know, we will seem suspicious when they interrogate us about what happened. Ah, they've been annihilated then, Dietrich reached a conclusion. He had half predicted it, since Crack of Dawn's servant beasts appeared without their subjugation collars. They were likely killed by the Silver Golem Horde. With a word like interrogation being mentioned, something as grave as that surely happened. And the Griffin was hiding something. Dietrich didn't want to think that it led the annihilation of the party itself, but, at the very least it abandoned them to their deaths. Ro probably realized such a possibility existed, but he did not seem worried about Crack of Dawn, nor happy about their demise. He too was probably hiding a complicated state of mind. I see, yeah, I get it. It's true that it might be better for us not to know right now. Anyway, what are you doing there? Dietrich felt he was going to think of something he didn't want to, so he changed the topic. With the, he meant Cornelia hugging Bernhardt and Christoph holding his hands over the block of mithril. Cornelia and Bernhardt are practicing to share magic power and cast spells together. They will use their combined magic power to use Cornelia's earth magic and stop the golem from moving. Christoph is training to inspect the contents of mithril, a modified version of his sonar magic. He will be able to detect where the golem's core is. Grandpa Green nimbly used its front paws to hand a thin stick to Dietrich. It was as long as a broadsword, but very thin, thinner than even a finger, resembling a needle more than a stick. Dietrich noticed it glowed in a familiar light and his brow furrowed. A mithril stick. What am I supposed to do with this? Dietrich glared at the cackling Grandpa Green. Are you making fun of me? A needle that not even children play fighting would use? Everyone would think so, especially a swordsman like Dietrich. Well, you see, Ro interrupted. It's the base used to infuse magic power and create a sword. Grandpa Green boasted, again. I should infuse magic in this? As Grandpa Green taught me, after being bathed by holy power, mithril can be infused with magic power. Apparently emitting holy light changes its structure and makes it easier for magic power to flow through it. In normal swords, however, the mithril content is too high, so a normal person's magic power would be completely absorbed, so it won't work. The solution is that stick. When Ro discussed what to do with the servant beasts, his first question was about mithril. Not knowing the characteristics of the enemy's body made it impossible to come up with countermeasures. Ro himself knew about mithril, albeit very little, but it was all from books. Since Grandpa Green knew so much about magic, he would probably know much more. So Ro asked about mithril. As a result, he gained new knowledge. After coming into contact with large amounts of magic power, silver turned into mithril. If magic flows into mithril, it emits holy light. Ro already knew that much. He didn't know, however, how mithril changed after emitting holy light. He thought mithril did not conduct magic power, but that was wrong. Mithril accumulated magic power and controlled it. In other words, it absorbed magic spells. When it absorbed magic power beyond its capacity, it turned into a core and magic manifested around it. This was not known because the magic power of an average person would be completely absorbed by the amount of mithril needed for a core, making it seem inert to magic. Even a mere mithril knife could absorb a spellcaster's entire magic power. A whole sword's worth of mithril would eat up even a legendary wizard's magic power. Because of this, Ro and Grandpa Green crafted a needle that looked like it did not have any practical use. Grandpa Green's grin from above irritated Dietrich, but he held it back and kept silent. Wind cutter. Dietrich recalled how Grandpa Green cut through mithril with wind cutter. If he could use that magic on his sword, he could probably defeat the mithril golem. Cornelia and Bernhardt will use earth magic together to stop the golem. Then Christoph will find the location of its core. Finally, Dietrich will cut it down. That's our plan. You have to pour in all your magic power, or it might fail. So you have to succeed on the first try. It's a pretty huge gamble. The plan Ro explained was pretty simple. The role of Nostalgia's members was not too different from the usual. The problem was whether they could do what they were told to. Dietrich looked at Grandpa Gree's very eager expression and felt irritation well up within. This damn bird expects us to fail. If Nostalgia failed, it would save them, then surely taunt them mercilessly. It could be Dietrich overthinking it, but it was pretty likely. He wanted to avoid that at all costs. You can practice until dawn. About 6 hours. If the Mithril Golem comes up early, Grandpa Gree will keep it at bay. I made it promise that. Please do your best. Grandpa Gree was supposed to be the one to tell them how to defeat the Golem, but, for some reason Ro explained it all. Dietrich found it quite puzzling, but also more reliable than Grandpa Gree taking command. Dietrich was convinced and decided to first down the soup Ro made for him. Volume 2, CH 6.2. When light began to filter through the darkness. Okay. Let's do this. Yes. Nostalgia's members answered Dietrich's call. Their voices echoed in the forest. 6 hours until dawn. They practiced the method taught by Grandpa Gree to defeat the Golem. It was a repetition of basic exercises. They could only practice once the actual method, using all of their magic power, because it took time to replenish magic power after exhausting it. Even with their pores expanded by the secret technique, it took at least 1 hour to fully refill magic power. Do your best. Ro encouraged them by smiling. Next to him, the wolf twins waved their paws. Grandpa Gree was still on top of the dead Mithril Golem, and from that spot it had created a wind wall. The cores of the silver golems had already fused, giving birth to another Mithril Golem. In the beginning, it had picked up Grandpa Gree's scent and headed to attack Ro's group. Grandpa Gree, however, quickly created a wind wall and easily trapped it. The newborn Mithril Golem was smaller than the first and did not emit holy light. Smaller, yes, but still over 4 meters tall. Double the size of the short Ro, of course, but even Dietrich's larger figure. This time it also did not emanate healing light, so being struck by it would definitely cause grave injuries. In a way, it was more dangerous than the first Mithril Golem. Yeah. Let's do it. Dietrich clenched a fist and responded to the encouragement. Ro kept smiling. He was not worried in the slightest. One reason was that Grandpa Gree would help in case of failure, but he did not think that Nostalgia would fail in the first place. There's no way they will fail in something even I could do. Was what he thought. After discussing and creating the plan, Ro tried all training himself while Nostalgia's members were still unconscious. His curiosity compelled him to. It was also his idea too. Even if it was reckless, he had to try it. Ro was aware of his limits, of course, so he did everything on a small scale. It was just an experiment. The magic blade Dietrich would create by enveloping a blade with magic power, he tried as a magic knife. He tried Cornelia and Bernhardt's magic share with the twins. Christoph's detection magic with a small piece of mithril. He continued practicing and, by the time Nostalgia's members woke up, could pull them all off perfectly. It was thanks to Grandpa Gree's accurate teaching and Ro's incredible dexterity. Now, thanks to sharing magic power with Grandpa Gree through the contract, he had access to boundless amounts of magic power and could try all sorts of magic. While looking at Nostalgia practicing, he thought of many ways to adapt magic to various purposes. Ro thought that magic knife was a rather useful kind of magic, but could not think of many ways to use it. He noticed, however, that detection magic could be arranged for various purposes. Christoph's detection magic spread magic power like a ripple to investigate the surroundings. Ro knew that craftsmen hit rocks or minerals with a hammer, using the sound and reaction to check the density and the presence of air bubbles. Because of this, he realized it could be used to check the interior of the Mithril Golem's body to pinpoint the location of the core. When he tried it out, he found out that rather than using sounds or reaction, gauging the differences in magic power waves could give the core's location with higher accuracy. He also found out that it worked also on liquid and gas objects, which could not be checked with a hammer. He could use it to check if what he mixed to make potions was mixed with exact balance, something not possible just by looking, so he liked it very much and tried using it in various ways. If I do it too much, it starts heating up. During practice, Ro also found out about this side effect. Just like metal heats up after being hit multiple times, using detection magic several times on the same object makes it turn hotter. Kristoff used magic power thinned over a wide range, so he never noticed this phenomenon, but Ro had tried it on small items, hitting many magic waves in a row on the same small range, so he noticed. By now he used it regularly to heat up magic potion ingredients. He could heat them up directly, so there was no risk of burning or heating up surrounding items, so he found it easier to use than fire magic. In other words, Ro had mastered everything they thought of for nostalgia in little time. That was why he thought they couldn't fail in something it took a short while for him to do. If they heard, they would surely protest about such an easygoing opinion, though. Got it. All of Nostalgia's members replied together to Grandpa Agree's words. They went in front of the wind wall behind which the Golem was trapped and prepared for battle. They breathed deeply and waited for the invisible wall to vanish. Bernhardt was firmly embracing Cornelia from behind. She was chanting a spell faintly, ready to activate it at a moment's notice. Kristoff and Dietrich made sure they were on a stable foothold, ready to approach the enemy immediately, then looked straight at the Golem. It was a one-time gamble, with all their magic power at stake. The mithril Golem moved. Rockbind, Bernhardt's voice echoed. At the same time, the ground around the mithril Golem's feet swelled up and stretched towards them, like a snake. Multiple earthen snakes coiled around the Golem's legs and blocked them. Finally, they hardened. The ground turned into rock. Mithril absorbs magic. It cannot affect physical phenomena created by magic, however. Water or wind effects would break down once the magic behind them was absorbed, but rocks were different. One just needed to create something that wouldn't break down even without magic as support. Ro's idea was simple yet effective. The rocks created by Cornelia and Bernhardt's magic were very sturdy. Not even the powerful mithril Golem could break through them easily. Scan. Kristoff quickly closed in on the immobilized Golem and shouted as he touched it. He moved rapidly, disregarding all danger. His detection magic, specialized to scan for solid objects, was named Scan by Grandpa Agree. The spell was also modified to fit the current objective. Kristoff touched the Golem for a few seconds, his eyes closed. He then opened them and marked a spot on the Golem. Here, the mark was a red piece of cloth. They used it to find their way in the forest, using resin as glue. It was hard to remove once stuck. Kristoff attached it to the center of the mithril Golem's body, slightly to the left. Comparing the Golem's body to a human's, it would be a bit lower than the heart. That was the cause location. Got it, Dietrich answered while looking straight ahead. He firmly grasped the mithril needle, which glowed faintly. The light then turned progressively brighter. Whoa! Dietrich howled. The light shot away as if scattering and something else formed in its place. It was invisible, but all present knew there was something there. Wind cutter. The mithril needle was wrapped in wind magic and turned into a wind sword. One horizontal slash. Dietrich swung his sword towards the Golem twice his size. The wind had no thickness. Normally wind cutter does because the spellcaster imagines actual blades, like swords or scythes, when using it. Thus the caster simply needed to imagine wind without thickness when creating it. Wind without thickness cannot be opposed. It enters the gaps within solid matter and cuts. Mithril was no exception. All-purpose blades with extreme sharpness. The mithril Golem's body was slashed mercilessly. It started collapsing from the severed parts, progressively turning into rubble. Good. We did it. Amazing. We are very grateful. Nostalgia's members reacted each to their victory. Feeling lighter after having used up most of their magic power, they sat on the ground. They felt exhausted, but there were smiles on their faces. It was finally over. A sense of accomplishment filled them. The ominous words came from Grandpa Agree. As if triggered by its dejected tone, the collapsing mithril Golem moved. The rockbind crumbled. Be careful, Ro shouted. He had realized because he was looking from afar, but Nostalgia's members, closer to the Golem, had no idea what had happened. Normally they would be able to react to such a situation, but not in their current state. Extreme tension, magic used for the first time. Full depletion of their magic power. Their mental strength was exhausted too. While small, an opening formed. The mithril Golem swung its arms. The target was the sitting Dietrich. Only Grandpa Agree's entertained mumble could be heard. It was looking at Dietrich's movements. He was sitting on the ground, his eyes away from the golem. The golem's arms swung down. Rose saw a vision of Dietrich being crushed under them. However, swiftly and silently, Dietrich swept the arms away. It looked like he did so unconsciously, as if swatting away a fly. That was all he did, but the mithril golem's elbow joints were severed. Because of the swing's momentum, its arms fell on the ground next to Dietrich. Ro couldn't understand what Grandpa Gree meant. The servant beasts could have reacted too, actually, but Grandpa Gree caught Dietrich's movements and provided slight magic support, in a way that no one would notice. It also used wind magic to stop the magic wolf twins from jumping in. Surprisingly, the incredulous comment came from Dietrich himself. He had really moved unconsciously, so he looked curiously at his arms. He had no idea why he moved like that. His hand still firmly grasped the mithril needle. Only Grandpa Gree fully understood the extent of what just happened. The mithril golem's body stopped, its physical body crumbling completely. The last attack was probably the final offensive the Corps could muster. Dietrich's slash slightly veered off course, creating that opening. Fragments of the crumbling golem fell on Dietrich, but Grandpa Gree made sure they didn't hit him. Grandpa Gree, what just happened? To praise not the person who performed the movement, but their mentor, was simply twisted. Ro looked at Grandpa Gree, mumbling its dissatisfaction. So, Dietrich is good enough with the sword and magic to impress you, Grandpa Gree? Ro looked at the shouting Grandpa Gree and smiled wryly. It didn't want to admit it, surely. Grandpa Gree was irritatingly scratching the ground with its front legs, in a quite amusing manner. The magic wolf twins too looked with a sort of pity. Okay, Grandpa Gree, I got it, you won't admit it. It looks like he doesn't get it either. Ro looked at Dietrich, but he was still confused by what happened. He didn't seem to have heard what Grandpa Gree said. Nostalgia's other members, however, were looking at Grandpa Gree while stifling their laughter. They had clearly heard it all. Yes, of course, let's put it that way. Ro gently patted the neck of the shouting griffin, then hugged it. I'm grateful. Thanks to Grandpa Gree, Nostalgia could defeat the mithril golem. Despite its words, Grandpa Gree did not look displeased at all. It wasn't content with the change of topic, however, so it still looked at Dietrich with a peculiar expression on its face. Dietrich was still lost in confusion, though. Grandpa Gree seemed to realize something while looking at him. It twisted its beak into a particularly evil-looking grin. Less than twins, go wake up the sleepyhead. Greater than. Obeying Grandpa Gree's order, the twins moved in Dietrich's blind spot and approached him slowly. They seemed very eager. Soon enough, they were at his left and right side, without being noticed. Youch! Paws were pressed on the adventurer's thighs. A burning hot paw print on one side, a chilling one on the other. The fifth and sixth marks were pressed on Dietrich's thighs. Together with his pathetic shout, the light of dawn illuminated the sky. The forest disturbance finally reached its conclusion. Volume 2, CH 6.3. Okay then, let's prepare to leave the forest, Ro said, a good while after Dietrich calmed down after shrieking in pain from being branded again by the wolf twins. Right, we have to gather the mithril at least. Outside, Cornelia was puzzled by Grandpa Gree and Ro's conversation. Nostalgia's members, Dietrich excluded, were fairly excited to have defeated a mithril golem by themselves, but after resting a while they had calmed down. Well, you see, while you were sleeping, Grandpa Gree told me that the Adventurers Guild people noticed the disturbance in the forest and formed a search party. Wait, do you mean that the time limit to defeat the mithril golem was because of that? Grandpa Gree's words probably made him realize the possibility, so Christoph reacted. That's right. We didn't say anything so you wouldn't feel pressured. I'm sorry, the mithril golem had to be defeated by dawn, so they could only practice until then. They didn't question it at the time. But thinking about it, it was strange that there was a fixed time to defeat the mithril golem despite the fact that they had the means to keep it at bay. Well, that's fine, but if the Adventurers Guild finds the mithril, they'll make up a reason to take it from us, so I wanted to gather it all before they arrived. Ah, you have a point there. Other than Bernhardt, Nostalgia's members answered in unison. If the Adventurers Guild found such a quantity of mithril, they would probably use any means available to obtain it for themselves. They would definitely tell Ro and Nostalgia to hand it all over, without offering anything in return. It was tyrannical but rather common. Even the large magic bag Mr. Coralder gave us can barely hold all the mithril. I guess we'll have to give up on all the silver. Kristoff seemed frustrated. Cornelia understood that it couldn't be helped, but her shoulders dropped. Generally, materials obtained from defeated magic beasts belong to those who defeated them. If they couldn't be brought back and were left where they were found, they would belong to the next person who found them. It would be too complex to decide what belonged to who in which case, so the rules were simplified to the extreme. Silver was much less valuable than mithril, but it was still very precious for the average person. It was natural for them to want to bring as much back as possible. Grandpa Gree was boasting, again, on top of the mithril mountain. Needlessly proud, as usual. Actually, Grandpa Gree modified the magic bag. What did you say? The magic bag's recipe was owned by the Creators Guild as an absolute secret. Many tried to deconstruct it to analyze its components, but they never heard of anyone succeeding. The magic formula used in it were also covered in layers of protect spells. Nothing undoable. You just modified the spell a little and removed the limiter. You said that you don't understand the details of the spell formula, didn't you? Looking at Grandpa Gree puffing its chest so much it was about to fall over, Rose sighed. Grandpa Gree said that they could fill it as much as they liked, but that was not true. The limit depended on the materials used. Magic bags were originally equipped with limits as a fail-safe device to prevent the materials from deteriorating and break down. Removing such limits presented its risks. It was an imprudent technique that most people would not use even if they knew it. It feels late to say it, but this is all outside common sense. How wonderful. Cornelia sighed heavily, but Bernhardt voiced his amazement, stars twinkling in his eyes. Anyway, it's better not to think too much about whatever Grandpa Gree does. At least I already gave up. It's not a problem. But you should use some more restraint. Because you don't have any common sense. Nostalgia's members were all about to retort with your one to talk, but they managed to swallow the words. That's true, but anyway, let's talk about that once things settle down. About the twins too. Ro then turned towards the wolf twins. The two magic wolves were still lightly kicking Dietrich to invite him to play. The latter, who was paw-marked again after lowering his guard, was hugging his knees, sulking. He needed a bit more time to come back to life. Slashing and defeating the mithril golem was a feat worthy of praise, but he had moved unconsciously in the last strike, so he couldn't actually feel it as real. The paw marks felt much more so. One could only pity him. Anyway, let's tidy up and leave the forest. Everyone, I'm sure being out of magic power is tough, so please have one of these. Ro gave all members small bottles filled with liquid. What's this? Kristoff asked while shaking the small bottle before his eyes. A transparent liquid made waves in a bottle that seemed to be used to store medicine. In the battle with the mithril golem, no one of them suffered any injuries. They were just out of magic power, so while their bodies felt a little sluggish, they had no problems moving around, so it wasn't supposed to be necessary to drink medicine. It's a magic power recovery potion. Ro replied with a rather happy tone. Magic power recovery? You even have something like that? And so many? Then, why didn't you take them out sooner? So Cornelia was about to say, but she stopped. If they knew Ro had magic power recovery potions, they would have changed their battle strategy. Compared to other recovery potions, magic power recovery potions caused magic stupor more easily. But even considering such a risk, they could be used in various ways. Nostalgia's members had faced many critical situations in the magic forest, so there were plenty of moments they would have gladly used magic power recovery potions. However, they were much more valuable than other recovery potions. Cornelia understood wanting to save them, so she didn't finish her sentence. Ro probably realized how she felt, so he answered in an apologetic tone. I'm sorry. I didn't bring these with me, I just made them. You made them? In a place like this? Can they be made so easily? Nostalgia's members noticed that Ro was making something while they were training. Magic power recovery potions, however, couldn't be made so easily, and they couldn't understand why he would make them now, and not before they entered the forest. You see. Actually, this magic power recovery potion is holy water. What? Even the still sulking Dietrich shouted. Ro covered his ears to protect his hearing from their combined loudness. Holy water? But why? How? Ro, you said you just made them? You made holy water? It's a secret recipe of the Supreme God Church. Magic power recovery potions. It's true that holy water has magic healing capabilities, but it's not something you can just sip on so easily, is it? Are you stupid? Wait, one of these is worth how many gold coins? All of them, pressed Ro. If it was true, it was on a whole another level than the modification of the magic bag. It was a huge discovery. A scandal, even. Their pressure made Ro step back. Grandpa Gree sent a warning, which diffused the situation, but they were almost grabbing Ro by the collar. Nostalgia's members then noticed that the Magic Wolf twins were behind them, paw stamps ready to eliminate any threats on Ro. They were saved by a hair. You see, a few things helped me realize the recipe. Church people love using mithril tools. The altar where holy water is made is completely mithril. The potions I made for Mr. Coralder. The potions I made in Crack of Dawn's mansion apparently are 20% more effective than regular ones, but I couldn't recreate them in Mr. Coralder's company. While trying to recreate them, I realized the method thanks to these hints. So, Nostalgia's members, deeply invested, crouched in order to match eyes with Ro and went so close to him they almost butted heads. The first mithril Gillem's mithril kept emanating holy light, right? That made me realize it. In Crack of Dawn's mansion the cleric Bond brought the magic tool barrier of purity, so maybe its secret was also mithril. The magic tool barrier of purity simply purified the atmosphere. Its recipe was guarded by the Supreme God Church. But since the commoners or even the nobles failed to understand the advantages of cleaner air, it was thought to be a joke magic tool, made by the church just to make itself look more important. I thought that the barrier of purity probably contains small mithril fragments, which release very small quantities of holy light. So, making recovery potions in a place with small quantities of holy light boosts their effect, is the hypothesis I came up with. Ro thought about the differences between Crack of Dawn's mansion and Coralder's company and this was his conclusion. If the barrier of purity magic tool was not the cause, then he would have to experiment with geographical positioning, building materials, sunlight etc., which would require an enormous amount of time. I tested that too, but my appraisal tool can't show the finer details, so I have to ask Mr. Coralder to appraise it to be sure. If the barrier of purity magic tool emanated very faint holy light, making potions next to mithril emanating strong holy light should have the same or even better results. Ro then tried making potions next to the mithril Gillem's remains. They had to wait for Coralder's appraisal to know if the potions were really 20% more effective, though. Anyway, putting that aside, if holy light has that much of an effect, I thought it could also be used in other ways. And I recalled that the altars used to make holy water were all mithril. So I tried experimenting and I put a mithril fragment radiating holy light in water. And it worked. It worked? That's it. Nostalgia's members were all speechless, unable to put their feelings into words, but shrieked and shouted in their heads. Water and holy light. That was all it took. Holy water was a truly appropriate name. It was water. Sure enough, it's a very simple recipe, so I guess that's why many can't figure it out. But it's almost impossible to test it, so I think I was really lucky. It looks like the water needs to be exposed to holy light for at least 4 hours, after all. Ro talked as he looked intently at the holy water bottle in his hands. He didn't know how the Supreme God Church caused mithril to continuously radiate holy light, but it was surely a method that researchers and creators could not use. A large quantity of magic power was necessary to generate even an instant of holy light. To make it radiate for a long time one needed many magic users taking turns to pour their magic power or very special magic tools. Even if someone realized the content of the recipe, it was not easy to replicate. As Ro said, he had indeed been blessed by lucky circumstances. I wanna lose my memories. Kristoff mumbled to himself. This is bad. If the Supreme God Church finds out we know, our lives are in danger. Holy water is a miracle from God, after all. The Supreme God Church stated that holy light was one of God's miracles and no recipe existed. That's why, as Kristoff said, their lives would really be in danger. And I thought that the forest disturbance ended and everything was alright. Then we got neck deep in the biggest trouble of all. Hordes of Gillems or mithril Gillems are nothing in comparison. This is not good. So not good. If we become enemies with the church and its believers. It's much worse than a pack of Gillums. Even if they don't kill us, we won't be able to live normally anymore. Let's get rid of all evidence. Pretend nothing happened. Got it? Yeah. Nostalgia's members replied weakly to Dietrich's words, and Ro looked at them with a sad expression on his face. Grandpa Grey then yawned out of boredom, as the twins, tired of the long conversation, started running around aimlessly. Ro, I understand how you feel. It's an amazing discovery and all. But this is too dangerous. We got to hide it, please, let us hide it. Dietrich prostrated himself even more perfectly than how he did to Grandpa Grey. Please, Ro, use some restraint. This is too far outside common sense. Cornelia pleaded as if begging. She said the very same thing Ro said to Grandpa Grey. But it's just a recipe? So simple even I could figure it out. It's not just a recipe, they all shouted together. Grandpa Grey too modified a recipe that is supposed to be secret, right? But you weren't so surprised. Listen, Ro. The Creators Guild and the Supreme God Church's level of danger is totally different. So please, if the Creators Guild or the Farmers Guild recipes were identified, they would just create something of higher level. They were probably working every day to be prepared for such situations. The Supreme God Church was different, however. God's miracle must not be explained. Understood. Ro begrudgingly agreed. But I already used all my leather pouches and the made holy water. Ro's words made Nostalgia's members fall to their knees. The Alden Forest disturbance was over, but Nostalgia's trials were far from over. Volume 2, CH 6.4. Several hours later, when the Adventurers Guild search and rescue team entered the Alden Forest, the sun was already high in the sky. Then, less than 1 hour after the search and rescue team's departure, Ro and Nostalgia left the forest. It wasn't because the rescue team was extremely skilled. Ro's group left the forest by themselves. It all happened because several misjudgments piled upon each other and delayed the start of the search. First, they arrived late. They left town in a hurry, but took double the expected time to arrive. This had been orchestrated on purpose by a certain person, but no one realized it. One other reason was that the Adventurers Guild coachman in charge of picking up Crack of Dawn also acted slowly. They were standing close to the entrance to Norfa Valley, but, despite being right next to the location of the disturbance, they did not notice anything. They kept saying that there was no problem, that they deserved a bit more trust, thus ultimately delaying any inspection of the forest's surroundings. If a regular adventurer said that, they would have probably ignored it and proceeded with the search, but they couldn't ignore a fellow guild worker. They were retired adventurers employed again, many of them being older, which probably influenced things as well. When the coachman Chuck saw Nostalgia's members arrive at the camp they had previously set up, they looked terribly tired. I'm glad to see you're safe. Thanks. You had me worried. That apostrophe s. Sorry. They spoke little, probably due to exhaustion. In contrast with the overjoyed Chuck, their gazes were hollow, their clothes muddy, their equipment damaged. The leader Dietrich even had strange holes in his pants, shaped like magic beast paws. What's up with those? There were also 3 magic beasts with them, species that were not supposed to dwell in the Alden Forest. Ro shouted, these are servant beasts. They are not dangerous. Please do not worry. As soon as they appeared from the forest, so no one attacked them. But the mood was tense all the same. Many of the adventurers who came to the forest for the search and rescue already reached for their weapons, ready to battle. As they did not wear subjugation collars, they could not easily believe that they were servant beasts. These are the servant beasts formerly belonging to Crack of Dawn. They ran away and Ro took them in his care. I'm sorry. Please let us rest a while. Then Nostalgia's members picked the first place they could find and sat on the ground as if collapsing, with little care from the mud and dirt. They somehow managed to move their exhausted bodies and took off their armor. Only Ro looked like he still had energy to spare, but that was because he was under their protection, or so Chuck predicted. He could never guess that the reason why Nostalgia was so exhausted resided with Ro himself. Ro was immediately sent to the Adventurers Guild horse carriage to receive subjugation collars for the servant beasts. Since servant beasts without collars couldn't be trusted, it was natural that this took priority to resting. We have to notify the president. Prepare a horse. Chuck would have preferred to ask for more details before sending a dispatch, but looking at Nostalgia's state, he decided that it was better to let them rest first. He made preparations to first let Coralda know that they were safe, and food too. Make them something easy to eat even when tired. I don't know when they'll be able to eat, so make something delicious even if it's cold. The magic beasts had already fled the forest, and with so many adventurers around, there was no concern of being attacked by magic beasts. Chuck then decided to prepare properly cooked meat, instead of dried meat, and gave instructions accordingly. Their recovery was top priority. If it was necessary, he would give them time to sleep before eating. Looking at Nostalgia's members, their armor removed, and the glum looks on their faces, Chuck hurried the preparations along. At the same time, another group of people were looking at them, from a certain distance. They were the secret agents hired personally by Coralda. They took a position farther away to avoid being found out by the guild's adventurers. Being already proficient in hiding, if they positioned themselves farther there was no risk for them to be found. They used magic and optic devices to aid their spying activities and emitted little to no magic power. Even detection magic would have a hard time spotting them at such a distance. Or at least that's how it was supposed to be, but after being found by the Magic Wolf twins, the secret agents became even more prudent. They made sure to stay in the shadows and never to enter their target's field of view. They took turns and surveyed both the forest and the valley at the same time. During their surveillance, they noticed the light of magic coming from the forest, flashing several times. They then noticed a bonfire's smoke, so they thought someone must have survived, but they couldn't tell what happened in detail. When they saw Ro and all Nostalgia's members emerge safely from the forest, they breathed a sigh of relief. Even so, their expressions seemed sour. They all came out of the forest safe, good. But the words came from the man who had returned once to town during the night and reported to Coralda. He had returned immediately to the forest and resumed the surveillance. Where did that griffin come from? He had spotted the twin wolves running on the valley's ridges, so he imagined they had run towards the forest from his blind spot. However, the griffin was a mystery. The secret agents had gone back and forth between the forest and the town several times to make their reports, so they were aware of the commotion in the city. If the griffin which caused the commotion was the same one that belonged to Crack of Dawn, it had to have left the valley once to go to the city, then return, but no agent had seen the griffin enter or leave the forest. Though they were confident in their abilities, it wasn't unthinkable that they missed it leaving or entering the forest. To have missed both instances was hardly possible. Or rather, they didn't want to consider such a possibility. In actuality, the griffin. Grandpa Gree was very skilled in concealing itself, but they were too proud of their skills to reach such a conclusion. When it entered or left, Grandpa Gree felt a detection aura in the surroundings and naturally used magic to pass unnoticed. Grandpa Gree also used the magic in town, but lost its patience after failing to find Rowan did not have the leeway to hide anymore. As a result, many townspeople spotted Grandpa Gree, but the latter did not seem to care. It knew nothing in town could pose a threat, and even if there was such a thing, it was confident it could escape. Let's leave the mysteries for later. Our priority is to report to Lord Coralda. After muttering to himself, he too started quickly giving orders to the other agents, like Chuck did. Nostalgia's members were utterly exhausted. Their bodies felt sluggish and heavy. They glanced to the side and saw Ro walking with the servant beasts, talking with the guild's adventurers. Is that guy really human? Dietrich would have wanted to stay collapsed on the ground like that and sleep, but clenched his teeth and resisted, as he couldn't show something so unsightly. The reason why they were so tired was having to recover the golem materials and erasing all traces related to the holy water. They only picked up the largest blocks of silver, but they collected every last fragment of mithril, which took considerable time. In the end they even got on their knees and looked for any piece left in the grass. They worked without drinking recovery potions, thinking it would be strange if they still looked energetic when they left the forest, so they felt even more tired than after they were chased by the golem horde. Additionally, they also looked for any traces connected to the holy water, despite not knowing if there were any, so they were mentally exhausted as well. Thanks to that, the rescue team did not interrogate them in detail when they left the forest. They would probably go through a proper interrogation when they returned to town. Ro. Is sure full of energy. Right. Dietrich replied to Cornelia's comment. She was also exhausted too and was sat holding her knees. For some reason, only Ro was still energetic. He hadn't used any recovery potions, of course the same as Nostalgia. He had also worked like them, or maybe even more. He was still full of energy, though. It wasn't because he wasn't human and had much more strength than Nostalgia's members, but because gathering materials was an everyday task for him, so he was much more used to it than any adventurer. He knew how to sit and move without tiring his body too much. The most effective way to look for materials and was to predict how materials scattered after magic beasts were defeated. The twin wolves were also used to supporting him and did so effectively. On the other hand, Nostalgia's members had rarely ever gathered materials. Clearly speaking, they were bad at it. Compared to Ro, they were total beginners. Of course, the twins wouldn't help them either. Such small differences between them and Ro piled up and formed a large gap. Dietrich and Cornelia had enough energy left to talk, but Christoph and Bernhard, who had less energy than them, looked into the distance, silently. They all hugged their knees, focused on recovering their energy. After a while, Ro returned from the Adventurers Guild horse cart. The twin wolves walked close to him, one at each side, watching Ro's face gleefully. Grandpa Gree was behind them, clearly in the foulest of moods. The three magic beasts were wearing subjugation collars on their necks. One of them was clamoring loudly, but naturally no one other than Ro and Nostalgia could hear. Ro and Nostalgia pretended not to understand, as there were other people around, and the twins completely ignored it. The guild's adventurers seemed slightly relieved now that the servant beasts were wearing collars, but they were still wary of them. They kept a certain distance from them and did not get any closer. The twins sometimes glanced at Grandpa Gree, but walking with Ro was apparently much more important, so their eyes always returned to him. The subjugation collar doesn't work on these guys at all, huh? He had sort of guessed it, but nevertheless Dietrich tiredly looked on in disbelief at the three servant beasts. The subjugation collar was equipped with a fail-safe device that prevented it from being equipped to magic beasts which rejected its mind control magic. It was made to clearly tell if a magic beast could not be subjugated. If the collar was equipped, the magic beast was tamed. Or so it was supposed to be, but the three magic beasts did not seem to be affected at all. Grandpa Gree talked about rewriting the spell formula, however, so there had to be some sort of effect. Dietrich then gave up on thinking, realizing that attempting to apply common sense was pointless with them. It looks like they'll let us sleep for a while. What will you do? That would be great. Should I prepare a tent? But the weather is nice, so maybe you want to sleep on the grass over there? You're tired too, aren't you? The grass is fine. Dietrich then stood up, slowly followed by the other members, moving towards a grass field away from the camp now packed with adventurers. On the way, they told one of Coralda's coachmen that they would rest for a while. They fell asleep soon after. The griffin lied down and Ro did so too, leaning on its body. The twins lied down at his sides. Everyone, you can use Grandpa Gree as a cushion too if you want. It hates if humans ride on it, but for some reason it loves sleeping together. Yes, yes. Nostalgia's members first looked at them from a bit further away, but then, looking at Ro's pleased expression and the tender fur of the griffin and wolf twins, gave in and were sleeping next to them before they realized. Soon enough calm, satisfied snoring noises could be heard. The 5 humans and 3 beasts sounds blended in harmony in the blue sky. However, one of the 3 magic beasts still had its eyes open. These words were whispered in a very, very amused tone. Volume 2, CH 7.1 Chapter 7, If something comes twice, it will come thrice. If it comes thrice. A crowd of humans gathered outside the Alden Forest. Some of them belonged to the Adventurers Guild, but most of them were adventurers hired through requests. They acted normally where the guild staff could see them, but secretly circulated various rumors. Have you seen that? The All-Rounders together with the hero party's servant beasts, a man whispered. Triggered by this, a cluster of adventurers began talking quietly. It was next to pointless chatting, in which it was impossible to tell who said what. So what? He's Crack of Dawn's all-rounder, right? What's strange about it? You didn't see? They weren't wearing subjugation collars at first. He was commanding a griffin and 2 magic wolves without using a collar. No way, that's a griffin. Who the hell can command a griffin without a collar? They're the wildest magic beasts there are. You know as well as I do about the places people can't even approach because of griffins. The Citadel dungeon, right? A castle fortress of old the griffins turned into their home, so no one can get closer to its surroundings, was it? They can fly, after all, so their territory is really wide. Who cares about that? I'm talking about the all-rounder. He commanded the magic beasts without a collar. Doesn't it mean that he was the real tamer in the party? What are you saying? An all-rounder is an all-rounder. No? Are you daft or what? You can't even understand that? Shut up, I was wrong, alright? What are you all whispering about? Hey, you've seen it too, right? That all-rounder was commanding the servant beasts without a collar. So we were saying that maybe he's Crack of Dawn's real tamer, and Eric was just a fake that took the kid's achievements for himself. What? For real? You can do something like that? You can with the subjugation collar, I guess? Besides, I always found it weird, actually. Eric used to be just an archer, he never showed any talents as a tamer. Yeah, you're right. I never heard anything about him being a tamer, and he comes back all of a sudden with a griffin, of all things? I remember people wondering if he had some secret method or something. And it was always the all-rounder kid taking care of the servant beasts, right? For real? You fools, enough with the rumors. The guild's going to punish us. Punish us? For what? For what? Crack of Dawn was named Hero Party because they tamed a griffin, right? If it comes out that they just used the all-rounder kid for that, it's all mud on their faces. Yeah, you're right. The griffin is the whole reason why they got the hero title in the first place. And that's fair, ain't it? It's not like they're especially strong or anything. Without the griffin, it wouldn't be weird if they were still ranked B. What? They're that weak? They have the Holy Woman though, don't they? Former Holy Woman, and candidate to boot. People say she messed up and got expelled from the church, you know? Whoa. And I liked her and all. That she has just turned me on. God man, you like that sort of woman? She's definitely Black Star inside. The whole church is like that, all they can think of is money. Hey, I get where you're coming from though. I got my fair share of troubles because of the church too. But it doesn't mean they're all bad. And she's so cute. Shut the hell up, all of you. The issue here is the all-rounder. Wasn't there a rumor recently that he was actually an alchemist? Oh yeah, that Crack of Dawn downed magic potions like water because he made them? What? Really? Hey, the day after Crack of Dawn was made a hero party, the all-rounder kid was kicked out, I heard. And so the Bald Trading Company's Bald president took him in right away. Exactly, and because of that people started saying that he was actually an alchemist. Seriously? So if I got him in our party. He has a griffin too. Shut up, you didn't know? He's already hired by the bald geezer. Say anything weird to the kid and you'll get scalped. Give me a break, no one gets killed over something like that. Yeah, you're a happy fella, aren't ya? That bald geezer is one scary bald geezer. The whispering continued endlessly, spreading rumors like ripples expanding on the surface of water. And gh.r.aku. Dietrich woke up with a powerful sneeze. The very next moment, a voice resounded over his head. Shut up, Dietrich complained, still half asleep. He closed his eyes again and lied down on his makeshift pillow. It was very soft fur. It felt wonderful to the touch, soft, elastic to the right degree, faintly warm. He then recalled what it was. Oh crap. Dietrich then slowly opened his eyes and looked around. It was the nasty beast's fur, indeed. It's almost irritating how good it felt. Dietrich reorganized the current situation in his dozing head. Scared by the griffin, no one else dared approach the grass, but he could see people in the camp a few hundred meters from their location. His sleepy eyes eventually recognized Coralda's coachman, Ro, and Nostalgia's other members. He also spotted the Magic Wolf twins, running around in the surroundings. A bonfire had been lit up, they were having a meal. You're not joining them? Despite the griffin's excuses, it was clear that it didn't want to go help them. Dietrich couldn't imagine the prideful magic beast doing anything of the sort. His head still on the griffin's fur, Dietrich looked at its face. A symbol of fear for humanity. a high-rank magic beast with power and attacks that spelled death for those who encountered it. Dietrich looked up at its face while feeling its warmth. It was an unthinkable situation, but he felt no fear. Perhaps he had gotten used to it, or maybe because of its strangely human-like nature. There were several examples of magic beasts that learned human languages after living long enough. High-rank magic beasts could also talk with humans from the beginning. In the distant past, the first hero and sage commanded magic beasts, such the Crimson Phoenix and the Blue Dragon, which could speak the human language. It was a first for Dietrich, however, he never experienced something like that, so he had nothing to compare it to. I thought magic beasts lived just following their instincts, but I guess that was wrong. Dietrich thought that even magic beasts that became close to humans only did so because of their instincts, so talking with the strangely human-like Gramp Ugly had been shocking. Dietrich then realized that Gramp Ugly was staring at him. What? Unable to sustain its gaze, Dietrich blurted out a question. There is something I want to ask, now that the brat is not around. Greater than. Its eyes were aimed straight at Dietrich, as if trying to peer in his very soul. I'm Dietrich, leader of the adventurer party Nostalgia. Dietrich, who understood the true meaning of Gramp Ugly's words, answered while returning its direct gaze. What are you talking about? Gramp Ugly's continued questions caused hesitation to appear in Dietrich's eyes. Even so, he didn't avert his eyes. I am Dietrich, an adventurer. The moment Dietrich spoke, Gramp Ugly's aura expanded. Pressure, though without killing intent, but still hardly bearable for humans, weighed heavily on Dietrich. Take it as you will. Despite the overwhelming pressure, Dietrich's lips still formed a smile. He was just bluffing. But he surprised himself of being able to continue smiling while subject to a high-rank magic beast's pressure. His body was still leaning against Gramp Ugly's stomach. From a distance, it looked like they were relaxing, but the pressure was simply keeping him from moving. The pressure suddenly relented. Gramp Ugly looked away from Dietrich, towards Ro, who was working on something. Gramp Ugly looked again at Dietrich and glared at him. Gramp Ugly then quickly stood up. Without support, Dietrich rolled on the grass. Whoa! Dietrich unconsciously reacted, but the grass provided a soft landing. All his eyes could see was the clear blue sky. Right after Gramp Ugly spoke, Dietrich's body was pushed by something and rolled on the grass. Woof! Woof! A red and a blue fur coat appeared and disappeared at the sides of Dietrich's vision. After a light impact, his body was rolled with even more momentum and he understood that the twin wolves were bouncing him like a ball between themselves. His rolling had probably sparked the light of mischief in them. A somewhat tired voice resounded. The wolves had suddenly showed up to announce that Gramp Ugly and Dietrich's meals were ready. Dietrich was relieved to be freed from the conversation with the griffin, and rolling on the grass did not cause any pain, so he let the twins do their thing. The situation, however, gradually became fun for him too. He imagined a grown man like himself being rolled around by wolf cubs and started laughing. PFFT. Ha ha ha. You too. Stop it. Dumb dogs. Unable to hold it back anymore, he laughed loudly while calling to the twins. As if triggered by his laughter, they rolled him back and forth even faster. Ha ha ha. Bwah ha ha ha. I said stop. Woof. Dietrich spread his arms and legs as much as he could. Trying to stop the rolling, he quickly stood up and launched his counterattack. Come on. You're going to get trolled too. Dietrich chased the twins, grabbed their bodies and launched them on the grass together. The blue and red balls of fur rolled perfectly. See if ya like it. Dietrich then pushed them with his hands to give them more momentum. The perfectly round balls of fur rolled on energetically. Woof. 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 Of course, if the twins had run seriously there would be no way for Dietrich to catch them, nor would they be rolled like that. They were enjoying it too. After rolling about enough, it was Dietrich's turn again. They gauged the perfect timing, split rolls in pushing his arms and legs and set to roll him again. No. Stop. Ha ha ha. Woof. Once again Dietrich rolled on the soft grass. Dietrich's laughter and the twins' happy barks resonated in the plains. Gramp Ugly was standing still, watching over them. The griffin looked simply lonely, mumbling to itself. The wolf cubs and the human played like that for a while, rolling each other, but fun times don't last long. Hey! Stop playing around, It's time to eat." Ro's distant call made the twins' ears perk up, and the next instant they were rushing towards him, not even looking at Dietrich anymore. They barked a couple times when they passed next to Grandpa Gree, but did not slow down one step. What remained were Dietrich rolling on the grass and Grandpa Gree looking at him, less than greater than. They looked at each other, speechless. The hierarchy in the twins' heads has become clear. Even if they had fun playing together, Dietrich would be immediately ignored if Ro called. Grandpa Gree was checked every now and then, but ignored even if it called to them. On the other hand, Ro could call them from afar and they would respond immediately. The way the twin wolves treated them was very different. Evidently, Ro was at the top of the ladder for them. Shall we go? A newly formed, strange sort of connection between them. The man and the griffin plodded towards the camp. Near the forest's exit, where the horse-drawn carriages Ro and Nostalgia rode on were stationed, a bonfire had been lit, with large pots over it. The pots, 2 in total, billowed merrily. "Dietrich, sit here please." When the man and the griffin arrived, Ro invited Dietrich to use a wooden crate as a chair. Nostalgia's other members were already sitting. Ro was the only one hastily making preparations. "You sit and eat too, Ro." When Dietrich took his seat, Christoph, who was sitting next to him, called to Ro. He was holding a wooden bowl, filled to the brim with what looked like wheat porridge. 2 large meatballs topped the porridge. The coachman probably prepared food easy to digest, so Ro and Nostalgia could eat easily. "As soon as I finish preparing the servant beasts' meals, I will." Ro then poured the contents of the other large pot in a wooden crate-like container. It was not porridge, but soup with meat and greens. It contained lots of meat and looked positively delicious. "Ro, I want that too." Dietrich remembered seeing the same soup before. It was the wild boar and white root grass soup they had the day before. Or more precisely, in the early morning of the same day. It had a firm meaty flavor and was very delicious. This time it had a lot more meat than the one they ate in the morning, so it looked very appetizing. "I'm sorry, this is for the servant beasts." Ro refused with a smile. "Not even one bowl." "One of them eats a lot, so I'm not even sure if this will be enough, actually. Besides, it doesn't taste good, you know." A peeved reply could be heard. But since the Coralda Company coachman and some Adventurers Guild people were still around, Ro ignored it. The source of the voice too sat close to Nostalgia, but as soon as it did the coachman and adventurers moved away, just like retreating waves. Even if it was wearing a subjugation collar, they still feared it. It was good enough that they didn't run away. "It doesn't taste good?" "It doesn't exactly taste bad, but it's made for servant beast palates, so humans don't like it much. It has little salt and less spices too. It feels thin, or should I say watery." "Servant beasts have different tastes than us? We ate the same thing last night, didn't we?" "It seems like they don't like rich flavors very much. If it's a once in a while, it's okay, but food flavored for humans is, in human terms, like really spicy food for them." "I see." It was pretty convincing. Dietrich didn't hate spicy food per se, but he wouldn't eat it every day. It was delicious only if eaten every once in a while. In this country, various spices circulated. The ones from the southern regions and rarer species were very expensive, but the ones the locals could cultivate were fairly common. The most popular ones were dried mustard and ginger. Those words were heard together with a howl-like cry from Grandpa Gree. It flashed a mischievous grin at the same time, but Dietrich simply glanced at the griffin and ignored it. Ro and the other Nostalgia members did so too, but the other humans present were rattled by the sudden cry. Some gripped the hilts of their swords, others bumped into each other and stumbled as they awkwardly tried to flee. "Quiet, Grandpa Gree." One word from Ro made the griffin lower its head and turn quiet. The people around them felt relieved and, at the same time, looked at Ro with newfound respect. They understood that he wasn't just together with the servant beasts, but actually commanded them. Their opinion of Ro completely changed that very instant. As soon as Ro placed the wooden containers in front of the servant beasts, they eagerly started eating. "Who's the greedy one now?" Looking at them, Dietrich muttered under his breath. The other humans couldn't hear, but the griffin's ears wouldn't miss it. Dietrich had a thing or two to say in response, but kept quiet because of the other humans' presence. Ro had served him the wheat porridge bowl, so he started eating too. It was seasoned deliciously and he felt his whole body warm up as it entered the stomach. Roe too prepared his portion and finally sat down. Right then, the Coralda Trading Company coachman, Chuck, appeared. "The guild is fine with interviewing you later, apparently, so we can go back to town if we want. We don't know if they'll let the Griffin in town, however. What will you do?" "Oh, I see." Being the group's leader, position-wise, Chuck spoke to Roe. The latter gave a brief reply, then reflected a little. It was obvious that they didn't know if they would let the Griffin in town. Any subjugated magic beast, unless it was extremely weak, would never be let inside immediately. Normally they would have to camp outside town for a few days to check its behavior. The subjugation collar's effects were trusted, but for the sake of safety such measures were taken all the same. Moreover, in case of a high-rank magic beast like the Griffin, normally their movement inside the city was limited. When Grandpa Gree was with crack of dawn, it was only allowed to move between the party's mansion and the city gates. They were also instructed to use roads as far away from public facilities as possible. Grandpa Gree was already well known as a servant beast, but that was under Crack of Dawn's tamer, Eric. If it was presented as Roe's servant beast, it was highly likely that they would not let them in town. "If we go now, we will be forced to camp outside, I guess. What should I do?" It was already past noon. By the time they arrived in town, the gates would surely already be closed for the day. Based on the horse carriage's speed, they would arrive in the evening. In case of emergency reports, people were allowed inside even after the gates were closed, but their current situation was different. They could try bribing the gate guards with some gold, but it was not necessary to go so far at the moment. "Let's move. The air feels nasty here," Kristoff whispered while glancing at the Adventurers Guild staff. Thanks to his training as scout, he was very sensitive to the atmosphere around them. The guild's people clearly viewed Roe, Nostalgia and the Coralda Company coachman as abnormal. The freely moving Griffin was a source of fear, but also of irritation. "Yeah, I agree. We should leave," Dietrich agreed, but it was because he was concerned about Roe. He estimated that the party who went in the North Valley to investigate it would be back soon enough. They would definitely come back with news of Crack of Dawn's demise. Dietrich thought that it was surely better for Roe and the servant beasts to not be there then. It would be cause for trouble and could also affect Roe mentally. Dietrich hoped for Roe to agree with his proposal of leaving, while not noticing his true reasons. "I agree too, we should leave. There's the magic bag thing too." Cornelia was concerned about the limits of the magic bags. The ones they had were modified by Grandpa Gree to remove their capacity limits. They could exceed their limits and break down any time. If they did, all their contents would spill everywhere. Their contents were great quantities of silver and mithril. If the Adventurers Guild staff found out, it would definitely start a huge commotion. Lastly, Grandpa Gree shouted. Roe nodded to his surroundings. "Understood, let's go. Let's use the most suitable road, considering that we will camp outside town." The location proposed by Grandpa Gree was perfect for setting up camp. It was a flower field, but it wasn't under human management. It was just a natural wide grass field. Its vegetation was very rich and flowers bloomed all year, barring winter. It was also a gently sloping hill spanning several kilometers, so it was called Flower Owl Hill. "How about camping on the Flower Owl Hill?" Roe presented Grandpa Gree's proposal to Chuck, while making sure not to show any reactions to the Griffin. It would be a detour, but they were in no rush. More than anything, Roe wanted to gather camels too. Their aroma improved sleep quality and they were delicious in tea as well. They could also be used in magic potions with calming qualities. If there was the chance, he would very much like to gather some. "Let's do that, then. How many years has it been since I last camped on Flower Owl Hill? Sleeping there feels really good, with the flowers scent and all, but it's so close to the city that it's rarely used." Chuck agreed too. It was perfect as a camping spot, but, because of the reasons Chuck stated, very few used it. It was more suited for picnics. "Okay then, let's finish eating and prep." A tremor. Before O could finish his sentence, the earth shook. "An earthquake? Everyone, take cover," Dietrich quickly gave orders. The shouts of other leader-like members of each group present could be heard. The quake, however, settled after an instant. There was no need to take cover. Earthquakes and tremors did not occur often in the area, but were not exactly rare. If they weren't too strong, there wouldn't be problems, or so everyone thought. As it stopped quickly, everyone thought it was a weak one, so no one was concerned. Looks like it's settled. Let's finish eating and prepare to leave. After Rose spoke, everyone continued eating, as if nothing had happened. Only Grandpa Gree, however, tried its hardest to keep a smile on its beak, as it acted natural while looking towards the forest. Volume 2, ch 7.2. The grassfield's flowers shone orange in the evening sun. When Rose Group arrived at Floweral Hill, it was almost evening. As soon as the horse carriage stopped, Ro bolted out with a basket and started quickly gathering camilles. He wanted to pick a basketful before the sun set. Look at him go! Nostalgia's members laughed dryly while looking at Ro, whom they were supposed to escort, rushed out without making sure the surroundings were safe. However, the Wolf twins were at his side, so they didn't stop him from going far from them. They knew well how strong the twins were, as well as how loyal they were to Ro. With the twins around, Ro would be safe even without Nostalgia protecting him. Grandpa Gree was also guarding the surroundings. There was no need to grapple Ro to keep him still, as they were on their way to the forest. The coachman released the horses from the carriage and started caring for them. In the meanwhile, Nostalgia's members set up tents, lit a fire and prepared to camp. As for Grandpa Gree, suddenly, thunder roared. After the completely calm comment, Nostalgia looked towards the source of the sound and found a large dent, spanning dozens of meters, formed in the blooming grassfield. The ground was now shaped like a mortar, but the plants in it were unaffected. Eh? What? Ro hurried to the source of the sound. Grandpa Gree itself. Grandpa Gree laughed to change the topic, but did not dare look at Ro's eyes. Grandpa Gree? A retort just like a little kid found in the middle of a prank. Rather than that was magic you never used before? Why now? Ro inquired why Grandpa Gree would try such a spell at a time like that. He knew he had to scold Grandpa Gree, but he was more interested in why it would do that. Less than thanks to the contract between us, I can now use new kinds of magic. Of course I would be itching to try it out. Greater than. You can use new kinds of magic? Human nature. Grandpa Gree, you're a magic beast, aren't you? Ro mentally reacted like that, but then thought about what Grandpa Gree said. The contract's magic share involved not only magic power, but also elemental magic. The only thing Ro possessed in great quantity was the number of elements he could use. His magic power was little and he had never been trained, however, so he couldn't even perform the most basic offensive spells. On the other hand, as he had repeatedly used what little magic power he had in delicate work when making magic potions, it could be said that he was a genius at magic manipulation. It was said that with enough training, anyone could learn to use all elements of magic. In actuality, affinity was a real issue. It affected what elements could be effectively used. If affinity was bad, growth would be extremely slow, so each person ended up with elements they couldn't effectively use. Grandpa Gree, what elements could you use until now? Ro became lost in thought, so his reply seemed uninterested. Ro often used fire, water, lightning, earth and ice. He couldn't actually freeze things, but he could cool them down. He could also use a little bit of light, to the extent of making his surroundings brighter. He never uses mental manipulation magic on humans, but he could make magic potions with such effects. He wasn't aware of it, but if he could make magic potions that affected the mind, he probably could use magic of the same type as well. There were also other similar types, which he didn't test himself but produced results that suggested he could use them. Ro thought this far and suddenly felt scared. Grandpa Gree's magic power easily exceeded any humans. Not even great wizards could compare. All magic beasts possessed larger quantities of magic power than humans in the first place. Its magic manipulation was first class too. It had sliced through a mithril golem with a basic spell. After all, it could also create original advanced spell formulae. Seeing how easily it modified the magic bag's formula, there was no doubt about it. If Grandpa Gree started freely experimenting with all the new elements it had obtained, things would turn very bad, very quickly. You are hereby forbidden from using new magic without my permission, or I'm sure you'll make one mess after another. Got it? Ro's words created an utterly displeased expression on Grandpa Gree's face. I know that you're eager to experiment, so I won't tell you not to. But don't do it without asking. If you don't obey, then no meals for you. Ro's curiosity towards the unknown was even stronger than Grandpa Gree's. Or rather, it was bottomless. To restrain such an urge was difficult. For Ro, it would be like torture. That was why he couldn't completely outlaw Grandpa Gree's actions. Less than I suppose there is no other way. Greater than. It's a promise, then. Ro smiled to Grandpa Gree, judging that the case was closed. Grandpa Gree seemed to accept the restriction, as it wasn't completely banned from experimenting. There were certain people, however, who were dissatisfied with such a conclusion. Nostalgia's members, of course. They gathered together and whispered among themselves. Hey, boss. Can we really leave things like that? We can't, can we? Ro can make magic potions, so he can use all sorts of elements, right? Depending on the element, it could cause serious damage. Simply wonderful. To create such a hole with basic earth magic. To create holes without scattering the ground in the surroundings is a very advanced skill. Because you need to instantly compress the ground and turn it into rock. To do so in such a casual manner. As expected of Lord Grandpa Gree, Bernhardt. There's nothing wonderful at all here, so stop. If it goes on a rampage with all other elements it can use, it'll be a catastrophe. Kristoff and Cornelia looked dead serious, but Bernhardt did not seem concerned in the slightest. On the contrary, he was overjoyed. Shouldn't we tell Ro to forbid it from experimenting altogether? They knew that saying anything directly to Grandpa Gree would be meaningless, so Dietrich agreed that relying on Ro was the only way. This, however, created another cause for worry. Even if we can convince Ro, if the Griffin learns we told him, what will happen to us? Kristoff's worry had solid grounds to exist. So? We just let them be? But, Dietrich was at a loss for words. They continued discussing the topic, making sure Ro, who returned to gathering camilles, didn't hear them, but couldn't agree on a course of action. In the end, Nostalgia discussed it several more times, where Ro and the servant beasts couldn't hear, but no conclusion was ever reached. Meanwhile, back at Norfa Valley, the Adventurers Guild search and rescue party was advancing deeper into the valley. The setting sun turned the whole valley bright orange. While it was called a search and rescue party, only a few of the guild staff members were actually specialized. The rest were normal adventurers, some of them with scout expertise suited for searching, and their party members. There's something there. One of the adventurers pointed towards the direction they were headed to. Deep into the valley. There was indeed something, reflecting the evening sunlight. They proceeded quickly, making sure to check the surroundings for any threats. What the hell is this? Masses of silver. A number of silver golem corpses, enough to cover the whole area. Whoa. No other words could be said. Illuminated by dusk, the golem remains appeared simply unreal. Some of the party members were enchanted by their beauty, others by how much they could be worth, others by the fear towards whoever defeated them. The members' reactions were varied, but they all swallowed their breath and looked at the surroundings, speechless. The silence continued for a while. Hey! One of the men suddenly shouted. There's someone collapsed over there. All members then moved. If there was someone there, it had to be one of the people they were tasked with searching for. The search and rescue party had been sent to the valley precisely to look for the hero party. Crack of dawn. Around the location where there were people on the ground, the number of golem corpses was very small, almost as if something separated the two areas. There's someone here too. Here too. One after the other, collapsed people were found. Those responsible for the discovery all had sour expressions on their faces. The condition of those they found was far from the norm. They had been clearly mauled on and stomped by a large number of golems. Their limbs were twisted in unnatural directions, their bodies were crushed here and there. They had also lost a lot of blood, so from a distance they looked like nothing but corpses. This one's alive. Wait. One of the men found a woman near a strange mass of wreckage and approached her. But someone else intimated him to stop. The stuff pooling around her is magic potions? There's a lot of shattered bottles, right? The reason why he spotted the other man was the liquid pooling around the woman. Most magic potion containers had unique shapes, so they were easily spotted. The man had noticed that there were many such containers among the shattered wreckage. As there were many kinds of containers, there were probably multiple kinds of potions mixed together. It was impossible to tell what would happen if you drank such a mixture. The woman was lying in the middle of such a puddle. Don't touch it with your bare hands, or you might get poisoned. Most magic potions became effective after being drunk, but that was not all. Their effects appeared also if they were absorbed through wounds or skin, and some of them even after they were only smelled. The most feared effect of such a large mixture of magic potions was magic poisoning. If a human was subjected to large quantity of magic potions or magic, they went into the state called magic stupor. If such a state worsened even more, it turned into magic poisoning. If a human contracted magic poisoning, they wouldn't be affected by magic recovery unless the poisoning healed. Not only recovery, but they would become impervious to the effects of any kind of magic and suffer even more pain than in a state of magic stupor. It could also take weeks until magic poisoning wore off completely. The time needed until recovery depended on the amount of magic one was subjected to, so dipping in such a large amount of magic potion probably meant it would take months, even years to recover. For adventurers, who often made use of recovery magic and potions, it was one of the worst-case scenarios they could encounter. What should we do? What they would do was already decided, however. They were a rescue party, so they had no choice but to rescue her. The men nodded to each other and stepped, protected by their boots, in the magic potion puddle, carefully, then grabbed the woman by her clothes, where they weren't wet. They gave up on lifting her, as her clothes would get ripped, and dragged her out of the magic potion liquid in one pull. The woman's body would get bruised, but it was not the time to worry about that. She was already wounded and bloody, so she won't complain about a few more bruises, probably. This is Bon, right? Yeah, I think so. The adventurers talked while looking at the muddy face of the woman they dragged out. Her features were so different it was difficult to recognize her. Not only her face changed, though, her arms and legs were fractured, twisted in abnormal shapes. Her torso was probably wounded too, as her clothes were red with blood. She was still alive, however. She was unconscious, but detection magic registered her as a living being and she still had a pulse. Her wounds made it seem a mystery that she was still alive, but she was. The magic potion mixture probably saved her life in a sort of miracle. Damn. Wasn't it better for her if she died? One of the men muttered. She's definitely in magic poisoning too. With so many potions, it'll take months or even years. Recovery magic or potions did not affect those suffering due to magic poisoning. In a world where the progress of medicine was slow, due to the existence of recovery magic, there was no way to cure such grave injuries without magic. The multiple bone fractures and larger wounds would never heal completely. The damaged muscles and nerves would never return to normal. To make things even worse, the partially healed wounds could not be affected by recovery magic or potions. The partially healed state would be perceived as a natural state, so the power of magic would try to return to such an original state. In order to truly heal them, advanced recovery magic would be necessary, but it was so valuable that even nobles struggled to obtain it. Even if the magic poisoning wore off, her body would remain damaged. Her wounds never heal. What terrible luck to end up in such a state. Luck. They were the lucky ones. They got the hero party title and all. I guess their luck ran out then. It ended? They threw it out, didn't they? Yeah. The face of the all-rounder surfaced in the men's minds. Despite being in the same location, some people could leave the forest safe and sound, despite the disturbance that happened in it. One of them even used to belong to the Crack of Dawn party and picked up their servant beasts in the forest. The luck that Crack of Dawn threw out definitely had human form. Volume 2, CH 7.3 Dawn broke out. Rose Group had spent the night on Flower Owl Hill. There was nothing other than plants on the hill, which allowed for a wide view of the surroundings, so there was nowhere magic beasts or bandits could hide. Rose Group spent such a peaceful time that the events in the forest seemed almost like a dream. Rose was woken up by Grandpa Gree's voice. The others slept in tents, with only Rose sleeping with the servant beasts. He fell asleep using Grandpa Gree as pillow and its wings as blanket, with the wolf twins close by. However, when Rose woke up, Gramp Ugly was in front of him and he was sleeping while hugging the twins. What? Still half asleep, Ro looked at the griffin. Usually he would wake up first, so it was rare for him to be woken up by Gramp Ugly. Some trouble must have happened, so Ro stood up hurriedly. Morning. Ro heard Cornelia's voice from behind Gramp Ugly. Kristoff was next to her too. With the servant beasts around, there was no need for anyone to stay awake to stand guard, but Nostalgia's members and the coachman took turns all the same. Not being used to no one standing guard, they probably felt worried. Ro recalled that Cornelia and Kristoff were the last pair who stood guard at dawn. He thought that Gramp Ugly called them, since they were awake. They both looked a bit sleepy. Flower Owl Hill was said to be the harshest place to stand guard. The flowery scent and the peaceful atmosphere lulled people to sleep. The camills, blooming in that season, had positive effects on sleeping, so standing guard on Flower Owl Hill was a battle against sleep. Good morning, did something happen? Ro yawned leisurely, then the twin wolves sleeping next to him woke up as well. Ro gently patted their heads. Wow! Gramp Ugly shouted, but Ro didn't understand the meaning of its words. It normally talked way too much when unnecessary and way too little when it actually mattered. Ro gave up and looked straight at the excited Gramp Ugly. We just need to go with you, right? After observing Gramp Ugly briefly, Ro understood and stood up. What? You understood with just that? Kristoff tilted his head, puzzled. Gramp Ugly just told them to follow me, so they had no idea what was going on, pretty much. Even when we couldn't talk, I could more or less tell what it thought just by looking. I think it found something. Since it mentioned hunting, maybe thieves or something similar. Wow! Kristoff and Cornelia were convinced by Ro's words. If Gramp Ugly found a thief, it would need help to capture it. That was probably the reason why they were called too. But why did you wake me up too? You always catch them by yourself. Up until now, if the camp was attacked during the night, the servant beasts would deal with any invaders on their own accord. It wasn't rare to find bandits lying about when they woke up in the morning. Ro couldn't come up with any reason why he was woken up too. The next moment, an aura of great magic power expanded from Gramp Ugly, promptly followed by several sounds of heavy objects falling on the ground. Less than mmh. I used too much magic power. I didn't aim as well as I would have liked either. A lot of magic power leaked too. I guess I should modify the formula again. Well, if the brat is safe, then there's nothing to worry about. Greater than. Ro then understood what Gramp Ugly just did. It had tested new magic. Since Ro had forbidden the griffin from using it without permission, it woke Ro up to use it under his supervision. Gramp Ugly, this is just like using it without permission. Gramp Ugly looked at Ro with an utterly shocked expression, as if it couldn't believe its ears. If you don't tell me what you are going to do and take proper permission, it's not good. You just showed it to me. You didn't have permission. Gramp Ugly's shout made Kristoff and Cornelia shudder. You're the unreasonable one here, Gramp Ugly. You're Gramp Ugly, aren't you? I punish you because you did something worth scolding. The twins are good kids, so I rarely ever scold them, don't I? Look. You can't say anything and you try to change the topic. So childish. You know that I have a complex about that. I'll never forgive you. The wolf twins apparently said something to Gramp Ugly, who found itself at a loss for words. Ro couldn't hear their voices, but they nodded vigorously to him. Hey! This is no time for bickering. Did you kill them? Cornelia used the chance to interrupt the conversation. Even if it was just a quarrel, Cornelia and Kristoff felt cold sweat running down their backs as they watched Ro talk back to a high-rank magic beast. A creature that could kill them with a single swipe of its front paws. Who knows what could happen if its mood went sour? So she tried desperately to change the topic. Ro and Gramp Ugly, glaring at each other so close that their faces almost touched, turned towards Cornelia. She and Kristoff were nervous, but for Ro and Gramp Ugly this was something like a game. Gramp Ugly? Did you kill them? What Gramp Ugly attempted was sleep, a mental manipulation magic spell. The effects of mental manipulation spells depended on the target's state of mind, so they were not absolute. In many cases, the target resisted it, preventing any effects. If they're just asleep, they might wake up sooner or later. Let's tie them up before they do. Right. Kristoff and Cornelia talked to each other, then started walking. Ro and the servant beasts looked at them, then started moving too. The change of topic had succeeded. Both Kristoff and Cornelia breathed a sigh of relief internally. Yeah, I can tell now that they're sleeping. To think they were so close. Before Grandpa Gree put the targets to sleep, Kristoff's detection did not pick up any human presences. But now he could detect 4 of them, so they were probably very skilled in concealing themselves. Being able to do so in a grass field without any natural obstacles was a clear sign of their skills. Grandpa Gree saw through them all the same, though. After a while, the tied-up intruders were rolled up to the camp. They were a group of 4, 3 men and 1 woman. Next to them, for some reason, there was a large deer too. It had fallen asleep because of Grandpa Gree's sleep uncontrolled spell, so they picked it up too. They already gave it the coup de grace. Its neck, bitten and crushed, hung downwards. The sun rose higher in the morning sky. The sound of Ro and the others moving around woke up the coachman and Nostalgia's other members too. They saw a group of unknown people tied up and gathered, wondering what happened. What's up with these people? Dietrich, still barely awake, asked on behalf of the others. He suppressed a yawn and was clearly still drowsy. Grandpa Gree cast a cold stare towards Dietrich. The latter was about to react, but remembered the coachmen were there too, so he limited himself to stare back at the griffin. I'll wake them up, then. The coachmen didn't know about Grandpa Gree's magic, so they were told that the cause of their state was sleeping potions Ro made. Dietrich glanced at Grandpa Gree, then made an impromptu gesture and touched the intruders. At the same time, Grandpa Gree dissolved the spell. HNG. The mysterious group woke up immediately. Hey! Who are you? Dietrich's tone was low. He didn't mean to sound menacing to interrogate them, he was just irritated to be woken up so early. The group heard his voice, but their eyes were locked onto Grandpa Gree. They looked terrified. We are Sir Coralder's private soldiers. We were patrolling the surroundings for your safety. The group they thought to be thieves had a surprising real identity. Eh? Sir Coralder. One of the coachmen, looking from a distance out of fear of Grandpa Gree, reacted. The mood then turned quite awkward. The mysterious intruders were Coralder's secret spies. Actually, they belonged to the Mercenaries Guild and had signed a long-term contract with Coralder. The coachmen knew about their existence within the company, but they had never met them before. The coachmen looked at each other to see if someone knew about their presence, but all of them shook their heads. Grandpa Gree's words turned the mood heavy on the shoulders of those who could hear them. You could have said that earlier. They all restrained themselves from shouting. Ro, Cornelia and Kristoff tied them because they thought they were bandits. The ropes were tied firmly, biting into their limbs, so they wouldn't be able to escape. It definitely hurt just to be tied, and even if they were freed they would definitely leave bruises. If they knew that the mysterious guests did not bear any ill will, they wouldn't have gone so far. If so, then why? Ro slipped up and started replying to Grandpa Gree, but the tied spies thought the question was directed at them. After a little while, they decided to answer. The Adventurers Guild showed suspicious movements, so we were tasked with protecting you without anyone finding out. Our role is always to move in the shadows. We are not supposed to meet you directly. Moreover, if you know about us, the risk of any hostile forces to find us increases. Sir Coralder had no ill intentions, please understand. The leader of the group answered, with a heavy tone. As he said, they lived in the shadows. They were confident in hiding their presence, even their own existence, as they carried out stealth missions. Despite this, they had been easily found and even tied up, which they surely found shameful. On top of that, they were found out not by their enemies, but by whom they were supposed to protect, so it was natural for them to lose confidence. No, you often hear about people being protected by escorts they are not aware of. We know of the existence of such groups. We should thank Mr. Coralder for assigning you to us instead. Rather than that, Dietrich knew that Ro's question was directed to Grandpa Gree, so he didn't know how to react. He glanced at Grandpa Gree and saw that the griffin wasn't sorry in the slightest. It found the situation slightly irritating. Instead, Ro tackled the griffin's neck and choked it with both of his hands. Grandpa Gree emitted a shrill cry. For those who couldn't hear the magic beast's voice, it was a sudden, bizarre action. They did not understand why he would attack a high-rank magic beast like that, without provocation. The coachman and spies were fearful that the griffin might fight back. What are you thinking? Ro pushed his head close to Gramp Ugry's ears. Or where they were supposed to be, and whispered. There's no need to capture the people watching over us, is there, Gramp Ugry? Just now, you were talking about an experiment. Weren't you? Kristoff was trying to hear what Ro and Gramp Ugry were talking about, but he didn't expect to be called out. Hesitantly, he approached Gramp Ugry. Don't ignore me, Gramp Ugry. Ro, still very young, was understandable, but for Dietrich it was an unintended insult. Okay. Gramp Ugry's intense glare made it impossible to refuse. Kristoff didn't know what the griffin would say, but decided to comply and stood in front of the group. Listen, you lot. Danger is approaching. You lot. The reaction was not about what Kristoff said, but how he did. Anyone who couldn't hear Gramp Ugry's voice would be very suspicious of Ro's strange actions and Kristoff's suddenly different speech. They actually furrowed their brows and looked at him with suspicion. My detection magic has registered the approach of a magic beast. A gigantic one. Wait, for real? Kristoff's surprise at his own words failed to express the gravity of his words. Ro and Nostalgia's other members too were speechless because of the sudden development. A heavy atmosphere oppressed everyone other than Gramp Ugry. Even the twins looked at the griffin with disappointment. The latter looked around and was surprised to see everyone frozen stiff. The silence continued for a while, until Dietrich finally broke it. Sorry, it looks like Kristoff is in a bit of a panic. Can we talk with Ro in private for a moment? Yes, that is all right. Dietrich's proposal was accepted by the leader of the Coralder Company coachman, Chuck. Could you untie us though? The still-bound spies spoke, but no one moved to free them. The reason was that while they said they were secret spies hired by Coralder, there was no way to confirm it. It would be different if someone had seen them in the trading company, but no one had. More than anything, it was a fact that they had been spying on Ro's group for a while, so Nostalgia's members were still wary of them. Another tremor. The ground shook, only for an instant. Another quake? Is a volcano erupting or something? Someone commented and everyone looked at the surroundings, but they could not see smoke anywhere. In any case, I'm sorry but please give us some time. We might have to leave urgently, so could you make preparations? Understood. Dietrich's words changed the topic back. Following him, Ro, Nostalgia's other members and the servant beasts moved a bit further from the rest. Kristoff was in last position, his shoulders dropping, his pace weak. They definitely think I'm suspicious. Because of Gramp Ugry, they still looked at him like not everything was right with his head. Kristoff started to feel like crying. Volume 2, ch 7.4. So, what's going on? Once they went far enough, Ro asked Gramp Ugry. His hands gripped the wooden brush used to groom the griffin. Ro had pulled it out of the magic bag, but naturally not because he wanted to brush Gramp Ugry. It was to threaten that any improper statement would be punished with a whack. Of course, a whack by Ro wouldn't cause actual damage to Gramp Ugry, but by seeing that Ro was angry, Gramp Ugry lost its usual composure. It looked at the twins, pleading for assistance, but they looked back at the griffin with irritation. You already know, don't you? Gramp Ugry's desperate efforts to avert its gaze from Ro said everything. It was clear that it did it on purpose. Is a gigantic magic beast really approaching? Why? The griffin laughed out loud, but no one joined in. All gazes towards Gramp Ugry were cold. When did you first notice? Less than greater than. You said to come to this grass field, right? You had already noticed then? Less than greater than. Do you want me to get seriously angry? Ro smiled, but his eyes didn't. It was apparently more effective than getting actually angry. Gramp Ugry lowered its head and closed its eyes. We finally became able to talk, so I suppose we should have a proper conversation, right? Gramp Ugry, frustrated, started talking. Nostalgia's members could not say anything after seeing how Ro intimidated a high-rank magic beast into submission. Towards the servant beasts, Ro acted like a confident master. This was probably his true self. His personality had been twisted by living with Crack of Dawn, turning him into someone with a very low opinion of themselves. Dietrich, who realized this, had a sort of lonely expression. Grandpa Gree's expression was sour. It was apparently painful to confess that its powers had their limits. It was clear that it did not want to say it, if possible. The Griffin's expression quickly changed to a gloating one. The adventurers are gathered outside the forest. Wasn't it better to cooperate with them to attack? Kristoff interjected. He was a bit down after being looked like he wasn't all there, but he couldn't just stay like that when the threat of the magic beast attack existed. Grandpa Gree glanced at Ro. Less than if humans die before his eyes, the brat won't like it, right? Have you forgotten how one shiny slug, Mithril Golem, was about to kill you and I had to save you? Greater than. Nostalgia's members could not say anything in response to that. It was true that rather than dragging others into the battle and risking their deaths, it was better to lead the magic beast somewhere else. Another tremor. The earth shook again. Grandpa Gree grinned. Its smile meant that each tremor was a sign of the magic beast's approach. A magic beast large enough to shake the very earth. Was it truly that powerful? The faces of everyone present turned pale. Me? At the same time as Ro's reaction, the ground shook again. It felt like a massive footstep. A few hours later, Ro and the servant beasts were more or less in the center of Flower Owl Hill. A gentle breeze blew among the flowers, spreading their sweet scent. The sun was now high in the sky, colored deep blue. It was so beautiful that one would like to just keep gazing at it. If nothing else was happening. Suddenly, the ground shook again. This time the quakes did not stop, growing stronger and stronger, making it difficult to even stay standing. Ro managed to stay up by standing between the wolf twins, his hands on their backs, and looked around. The Coralda Trading Company coachman and Nostalgia had already taken refuge. They had instructed them to leave Flower Owl Hill, so they would not be involved into the battle. Since they had enough time, they might have moved to a nearby hill to watch over the situation. Ro's expression was calm. Not because he was not afraid, but thanks to Grandpa Gree and the twins being with him, he could stand it. He looked at the three magic beasts, waiting for the moment the enemy would appear with a sort of excitement in their eyes, and thought it wasn't something to fear. Yes, he answered with impetus, imitating Nostalgia. That single word reply was enough to fill him with courage. Did Nostalgia's members always experience this excitement? That moment, Ro felt like he understood the true meaning of fighting alongside comrades. Grandpa Gree twisted its beak into a grin, excited. Within the current Ro resided absolute trust. He felt like he could entrust his very life with them. And also the existence of those who would entrust everything to him. Grandpa Gree and the wolf twins were servant beasts, but Ro viewed them as true comrades. In crack of dawn, he had always felt excluded. They acted together, but he was never treated as a comrade. Ro himself did not think of them as comrades either. He just put up with them in order to become an adventurer. Woof woof, woof woof. The twins looked at Ro and howled. Then they lightly waved their front paws. They meant to say that he could relax, they would protect him no matter what. Thanks. Ro moved his hands, still on their backs, and rubbed them. The situation required them to be tense, but they fully enjoyed the back rubs. Ro was supposed to be their guardian, but in turn they protected him too. Ro and the twins were equal partners who protected each other, albeit in different ways. As for Nostalgia, Dietrich said that Ro was a comrade. However, Ro thought that he had just gotten in their way. They were not in equal standing, they just protected him one-sidedly. They were not true comrades. That was the reason why he thought that if his own life could be enough to save them, it was worth it, and lured away the Gillums when they were attacked in the forest. The tremors stopped. In the resulting silence, Ro voiced a surprised reaction. As if Grandpa Gree's words were the signal, vibrations much more powerful than the quakes shook the earth, splitting it apart. A deafening roar filled the surroundings. Then, as if in response, Grandpa Gree's cries of glee echoed. Pollen and petals flew everywhere, signaling the gravity of the situation. They did not reach Ro's group, however. Soon enough, the vibrations that shook their whole bodies did not affect them anymore. It was all due to Grandpa Gree's wind magic. It had erected a barrier around Ro and the others, protecting them by making their bodies float. It then made them rise higher in the sky. Grandpa Gree's voice echoed again. Ro and the twins felt their excitement abate, their minds grow cooler. I don't know who is the real bad guy anymore. Bow wow, you're right, it's clearly Gramp Ugly. Ro patted the twins' heads while looking at Gramp Ugly with some exasperation. Thinking about it, the Gillums had their home invaded, were slaughtered without being able to resist, chased the enemy to exact revenge and were greeted by boasting and laughter. The bad guy was definitely Gramp Ugly. The twins also happily assisted it, but they acted completely innocent in front of Ro. They might be the most malicious ones, actually. Slowly, something crawled out of the fissure formed in the earth. A transparent body, glowing eerily in the sunlight. It rose to the surface by its own will. It seemed liquid, but also showed elastic and sticky properties. The liquid pushed the shattered ground upwards, forming a larger crevasse. What finally appeared was an extremely large spherical body, a slime, a large, sticky creature with a core. It was a kind of magic beast Ro was used to seeing too. He had heard Gramp Ugly's prediction, but did not think that the Gillum would really turn into a slime. Gillums were alchemical creatures, created using slimes as base. Through alchemy humans created a human-like carapace, easier to control, improving these magic beasts by making them move like humans. However, the magic beast before them now had returned to its original form. The driving force behind such a change was resentment. Its resentment had peaked after so many of its brethren were slaughtered, freeing the instincts sealed by alchemy. The core that surfaced from the crevasse was larger than Ro and even Gramp Ugly. It looked like its diameter spanned several meters. Its surface also glowed in a familiar way. Gramp Ugly, is that mithril? A slime's body was composed mainly by water. Because of this, underground its presence was just like water, making it very difficult to detect via magic, but the magic-absorbing capabilities of the mithril which protected its body disrupted detection even more. Because of such difficulty of detection, Gramp Ugly predicted that it would be protected by mithril, but it was much sturdier than expected. The core had already surfaced, but the transparent liquid continued oozing from the fissure. If it was simple water, it was enough to form a lake. It was now occupying the area for several hundreds of meters, maybe even exceeding 1,000. Gramp Ugly's group was unaffected, as they had rose in midair, but the ground was being devastated. Slimes melted anything they touched. That was the only offensive these magic beasts possessed. But if they turned so large it was extremely dangerous. The ground was scorched, plants and trees dissolved. And it was such a treasure trove of ingredients. This was what Ro was thinking about while looking down at the slime. Most of the plants growing on the hill had higher reproducing abilities. If they suffered such damage, however, it would probably take dozens of years before things returned to normal. Can slime ingredients be used for anything? The unreal view of the gigantic slime swallowing anything and everything as far as the eyes could see made Ro think of that instead of instilling fear into his heart. The slime had tried attacking them, with tentacles the size of adult humans, but Gramp Ugly's magic repelled them. That was the reason why Ro did not feel in danger. Slime materials normally scattered everywhere after they were defeated, like a spray of water, so it was impossible to collect them. If the slime was this large, however, things would be easier, so Ro thought if they could prove useful for anything. Gramp Ugly grinned. Gramp Ugly's tone was totally excited. Is this really the only way? It seemed so excited that Ro started doubting if it wasn't pulling them into another prank. Less than you're quite the suspicious one. Greater than. I guess it's because of your usual behavior. You could do something about that though, couldn't you? You took it easy until now, didn't you? Sigh. Ro sighed loudly and clearly. You acted so high and mighty, but your detection abilities sure have their limits. Ro and Gramp Ugly both grinned. Banter before the fight, to dispel any nervousness in this manner was the mark of the adventurer Ro aspired to. The twin magic wolves nodded vigorously. Ro rode one of them, the twin with blue fur. It looked a bit too small for Ro to ride on, but it was always a magic wolf. It was much more powerful than an average horse. Yes, Gramp Ugly started a countdown. A magic beast using numbers. Ro thought Gramp Ugly could do math, as it freely modified spell formulae, but he couldn't help reacting like this when it started counting. The moment Ro was getting ready, the magic under their feet suddenly disappeared and he fell along with the magic wolf. Wah! Ro was thinking that he still had some time left, so he screamed because of the sudden fall. Gramp Ugly's voice reached his ears as they fell. "You cheating magic beast!" Rose's scream and Gramp Ugly's laughter echoed together. Volume 2, ch. 7.5. The Corelder Company's horse carriage was stationed a distance from the battlefield. The horses ran at full speed, until they reached a cliff far from Flower Owl Hill. "What the hell is that?" Kristoff's comment represented the thoughts of all present. All of them backed away after seeing the gigantic slime. But that was not the only thing Kristoff feared. The scouting skills he had honed did not work at all on the slime. It was an incredibly large magic beast, and he couldn't detect it at all. Even if it was underground, normally it was impossible to not be able to detect any trace. If such a creature attacked the town, no one could detect it and it would be devastated. "This can't be happening," one of the coachmen spoke. This was something everyone thought. A huge slime spanning several kilometers. Slimes were magic beasts easily defeated as long as their core was destroyed. Their ability to hide and melt anything could be troublesome, but, as long as one was careful about them, they were easily defeated. If they were of normal size, that is. Normal slimes could become as large as an adult human being at most. They weren't of such abnormal size. Is there any human being who could reach the core of such a massive creature, and destroy it? No weapon could pierce that viscous body. Even if they used magic, how powerful did the spell have to be? Could a human being cast it? Could anyone penetrate the slime's body and destroy the core? I see. We would be just in the way, that's for sure. Dietrich clenched his fists. No matter how much he thought, he couldn't come up with any way to defeat that slime. The only available options were to flee or to die. There was no weapon they could use. He couldn't think of any battle strategy, no past experience he could use, no secret plan. Powerless. The feelings of frustration were shared by everyone else too. The twin wolves kept falling through the air. They heard Rose screaming, but they were in very high spirits. They would fight alongside Ro and Gramp Ugly. And they could use magic without limits. For the twins it was an ideal situation, something they hoped could happen for the longest time. The slime's tentacles targeted them. They were sticky and viscous, but if those massive limbs struck, not even the twins would be unscathed. If the tentacles wrapped around them, their skin and flesh would surely melt. The twins, their eyes on the tentacles, leaned on each other's back, with Ro in the center, then powerfully roared in unison. Their voices melted in the air. At the same time, their magic power spread and the slime's tentacles stopped. On the blue magic wolf's side, the tentacles froze. On the red magic wolf's side, the tentacles burned to ashes. The magic shockwave reached the slime itself, freezing and scorching its surface. "It's your fault if I'm too loud," Gramp Ugly. Ro knew about the plan, so he was ready to fall from the sky, but because of the different timing he wasn't fully ready, so tears filled his eyes. Gramp Ugly completely ignored his words and looked at the slime's full silhouette from above. Gramp Ugly could hear the voice of someone else present in the area. Kill. Kill. The oppressively sticky, heavy voice seemed to come from the depths of the earth and filled the area with evil intent. The griffin looked down on the slime. Both figuratively and literally, from high in the sky, with a cold gaze. Vibrations. Something different from the previous tremors violently shook the air. Ro, the servant beasts, even the distant coachman and Nostalgia felt it through their whole bodies. The slime sunk into the ground, as if it was being absorbed by it. That was the result of Gramp Ugly's large-scale earth magic. Flower Owl Hill, over the several kilometers it spanned, the whole plain was compressed and sunk by earth magic, changing the terrain into a huge slab of rock. Turning into rock made it impossible for the slime to melt it easily, preventing it from fleeing underground. Gramp Ugly cast earth magic again, controlling the fissures created by the slime to refill immediately. Before the vibrations through the atmosphere could completely disappear, a strong wind started blowing. It was a whirlwind of massive proportions. In its center, however, no wind blew, so the surroundings were not affected in any way. It was a circular wall of wind, circling the entire Flower Owl Hill. Gramp Ugly's wind wall. It was so large, however, that it wasn't as minutely controlled as the smaller ones. It was nothing but an incredibly large tornado, which did not let anything through it. The wind barrier was visible because of the dust it raised, making it impossible to see inside from outside. The ground turned into hard rock and the wind wall. Together they formed a cage to trap the gigantic slime. Grandpa Agri's voice was vibrant. The blue fur magic wolf landed on a frozen part of the slime's body. It jumped as soon as it landed, to reduce the momentum, so that Ro hugging its back tightly wouldn't feel the shock of the impact. It also shook Ro from its back, to prevent the remaining momentum from affecting him. Not too far from them, the red fur magic wolf landed on a scorched part of the slime's body. Bounced away by the slime's still elastic body under the scorched part, it jumped again, among ashes charred black. It caught Ro on the way and bounced him back towards the blue wolf. Wah! Treated like a baseball, Ro's head started spinning. The twins made sure not to let Ro land on the slime, because it would make it impossible for him to move afterward. The frozen slime surface was hard, so if Ro fell on it he would die or at least suffer grave wounds. Under the scorched part the slime's body was still burning, so if Ro fell there he would be absorbed and melted. The only ones capable of standing on the slime's elastic and viscous body, capable of melting anything it touched, were the Magic Wolf twins. By freezing or burning it, the blue magic wolf caught Ro on its back again and started running on the slime. Woof woof. Is this time to play? Even if he was simply riding the wolf, Ro still had the strength to talk. It wasn't the first time that he fell from the sky or the twins handled him like a ball. It always happened due to accidents or emergencies. The first time he lost consciousness and threw up his stomach's entire contents after waking up, but grew to withstand it with his head only spinning a little. That was one reason why they could formulate this plan. Another idea was to use Grandpa Agri's wind magic to slowly glide and land on the slime, but it meant that Grandpa Agri would have to cast 2 large-scale spells and also wind magic on Ro, forcing him to control 4 spells at once. Grandpa Agri wasn't sure he could control them all, and if he failed then the plan itself would too. Thus the plan changed to have them fall. Woof! The slime's frozen body cracked. Tentacles crawled out from the cracks, but the magic wolf easily avoided the attacks and froze them. The slime's body shook violently, just like the sea during a storm, trying to drop Ro and the wolf together with the frozen part. This was deftly avoided too, however, and the newly exposed part was frozen as well. The magic wolf moved as swiftly as the wind. There was no way for the slime to seal its movements. Ro bounced wildly on its back, but the magic wolf was paying close attention to him, despite movements that humans could not hope to keep up with. Ro was in no danger of falling. Oh, in the far-off distance, the red magic wolf howled. In response, the surface of the slime body around it started sizzling and bubbling, then went up in flames the next instant. Usually the red magic wolf would scorch its target without causing an actual fire, but it was not like it could not command flames. On the contrary, using fire was easier and did not require very precise magic manipulation. It had limited itself to scorching the opponent until now just to prevent the fire from spreading. Such a concern was not needed this time. Everything in the surroundings was the enemy. The red wolf could use its magic power with no reservations. The magic wolves, while their appearance belonged on the cute side of the spectrum, commanded truly fearsome magic. One half froze and crumbled, the other half burned and crumbled. Unable to withstand such a hellish situation, the slime tried escaping, but Grandpa Agri's cage did not allow any such thing. The slime tried desperately to seep through the ground, but rock compressed through magic did not dissolve easily. In addition, Grandpa Agri's magic reinforced it every time it started to melt. In such a concave crater, the slime looked like soup being cooked in a gigantic pot. The slime continued its attempts to escape, but the wind wall pushed it back. Breaking through it was impossible, of course. The wind walling at high speed repelled any advances. The slime's large body was not damaged, but could not go even 1 millimeter forward. A prison of earth and wind. The only opening was above, from where the magic wolves continued attacking and Grandpa Agri glared. The battle would end soon. The difference between the opponents was crushingly clear. Kill. Kill. The slime's cries of resentment did not cease. Chased out of its home, the comrades created to defend itself slaughtered, the body it reinforced as last resort destroyed. The resentment even broke through the Golem instincts human alchemists grafted onto it, letting the slime retrieve its primal will. Originally, slimes do not possess anything that can be called intellect. They are very simple creatures, which live according to simple biological responses, and nothing more. If they feel there is a prey close to them, they absorb it. If they are attacked, they fight back at full power. If they can't defeat the threat, they simply run. Through alchemical transformations, now it even had an intellect. A very simple one, built to be able to control the Golem body and follow orders. There were no problems while it was under the alchemist's command, but when the alchemist responsible for the modifications died and the slime returned to the wild, it started using the intellect for its survival and prosperity, to protect itself and the comrades born from its split body. This was the maximum priority. Resentment towards who killed its comrades was born at the same time. Kill. It probably would not have felt so much resentment about comrades split from its body a long time ago. Since the slaughtered comrades were split recently, their consciousness was still strongly connected, so the resentment was very deep. Kill. The slime now fighting against Rose Group was originally one Golem left behind, in order to ensure the species would be preserved. If at least one survived, they could increase their numbers again. The instant its comrades were killed, however, its heart was filled with resentment strong enough to make it forget its mission, remove its alchemical chains, reviving its slime instincts. Then, in order to build a more powerful body, it went underground. It absorbed the magic essence flowing underground, the matter around it, and became gigantic. The excessive absorption of magic essence even changed its flow underground. Eventually, the magic beast forest would turn into a normal one. In a forest without magic essence. Without magic power, the flora itself would change, as well as the fauna living in it. From underground, the slime smelled its hated enemy and chased it. As it moved, it continued absorbing magic essence and matter. As a result, it formed a large core spanning several meters, protected by mithril, and a massive body spanning kilometers. Kill. However, that body was in the process of being destroyed. The slime, its heart burning with resentment, started thinking about how to get rid of its source. Volume 2, CH 7.6. Gramp Ugly asked the question while looking down at the slime from above, and the twins replied with an energetic woof. They were rapidly firing magic that would use up an average human's magic power after a single spell, but there was no sign that the twins were running out of magic power. This was because of their original talents and the magic modification Gramp Ugly had used on them since they were small puppies. They had long exceeded the growth limits of normal magic wolves and could already rival higher-rank magic beasts. Moreover, they still continued growing, apparently without limits. In regards to magic, other than the instinctive control unique to magic beasts, they were also taught on the same level of human spellcasters. The magic they could use was limited, but within that sphere their control was almost perfect. Woof woof! The twin wolves ran merrily, but under their paws there was nothing but hell. The slime formed tentacles to try to catch or pierce the twins, but all tentacles were either frozen or burned, failing to reach their targets. Woof, woof! The wind wall whirling in the surroundings had grown smaller in radius and now circled the slime's body closely. The slime continued to attack the wolves running on top of its body, but shuddered because of the wind wall's movements. Gramp Ugly, how much longer will it take? Ro, still riding on the wolf twins, was starting to show signs of exhaustion. Simply bearing with their quick movements and vibrations required physical strength. Got it. Gramp Ugly and Ro could talk from a distance thanks to the contract they formed. They talked subconsciously, but the distance between them would make it impossible for humans to talk. As Gramp Ugly said, the slime had decreased to about 1/3 of its original size. The slime's surface was frozen and burned, so its spread-out body withdrew towards the core. It tried to maintain the same height to keep the magic beasts away from the core, but this only created new targets to attack. If it didn't do so, however, the twins would quickly open a large hole and destroy its core. The wind wall cut off any escape routes. The slime was literally stuck. Gramp Ugly would seal all escape routes. The wolf twins shave away its body to expose the core. Finally, Ro would destroy the core with all his might. This was the whole strategy. Judging from Grandpa Gree's overwhelming power, one would think it could eliminate the slime by itself. In fact, Ro asked persistently about this point. Grandpa Gree, however, completely denied such a possibility. It said that making advanced spells to prevent the slime from fleeing was all it could do, and that the twins' magic could not affect the slime's core, protected by Mithril. Because of that, Ro's participation was crucial. Mithril absorbed magic. Magic power, however, could easily pass through it. Kristoff was able to scan the Mithril Gollem's core because of that. His detection magic spread magic power to scan the surroundings, so rather than magic, it was closer to pure magic power. Because of that, it could reach the core without being absorbed by the Mithril. While Nostalgia's members trained in the forest to defeat the Mithril Golem, Ro practiced various usages of the same detection magic, while making magic potions and holy water. The spell involved sending magic power waves towards items and heating them. Its range was very small, but it could work to destroy the Mithril protecting the core. The magic power would penetrate beyond the Mithril, heating up and destroying the insides from within. Ro could not perform something like that before, but thanks to sharing magic power with Grandpa Gree, if he used his full power he could even destroy the giant slime's core. Ro had practiced using magic almost playing, but Grandpa Gree had noticed it. The griffin, while looking always aloof and self-absorbed, actually paid close attention to its surroundings. If it found anything worth using, it would never forget it. Skills worthy of the cheating magic beast name, maybe. Woof! What's wrong? The blue magic wolf, which Ro was riding on, suddenly barked in a strange way. It abruptly changed directions and twisted its body as if jumping away. The wolf then emitted a low-pitched growl. Ro noticed that the wolf was wary of something and looked in that direction. From the slime's body, a sort of white smoke was rising. At the same time, a very pungent smell attacked Ro's nostrils. Gas. Smelled just like rotting eggs. It was probably lethal gas. Ro had smelled it before in caves and dungeons. It was a very dangerous odor. It was often found in volcanic areas, so it was called volcanic gas. Let's run. Oh woo! The wolf howled and ran away. This is bad. Ro looked around. The gas was rising from several spots, its smell growing stronger and stronger, causing the wolf's eyes to water. In the distance, Ro saw the red wolf running while avoiding the gas. Grandpa Gree. Gas. The griffin answered in a surprised and worried tone. No one had ever heard that slimes had the ability to emit gas. Even for Grandpa Gree, it was probably completely unexpected. Grandpa Gree whispered something, in a tone too faint to be heard. At the same time, Ro felt a warm breeze. Ro heard the griffin's relieved words and he felt his body float upwards. Now completely out of the gas range, Ro breathed a sigh of relief. The slime tentacles approached, but Grandpa Gree's wind magic repelled them all. Cancelling the spells would have meant letting the slime escape and the gas spread to the surroundings. The gas would certainly cause massive damage to the surrounding environment and the slime could attack people or towns in the vicinity. For Grandpa Gree, however, Ro and the twins were far more important than all that. Towns could be destroyed, but its priorities would not change. Grandpa Gree only cared about humans because of Ro. As long as Ro didn't see anything, the griffin would crush any humans without a second thought. Comparing the two was meaningless. Are you okay? The twins probably couldn't resist the smell anymore and held their noses with their front paws. The gas had a smell so horrible that even Ro realized it had to be noxious. So for the twins' strong sense of smell it had to be torture. When Grandpa Gree's wind magic pulled Ro upwards he took recovery potions from his magic bag, so he poured them lightly on the twins' noses and them drank the potions. Woof, woof. Their noses healed of the gas' nasty effects. The twins barked softly. Ro checked their condition and drank a recovery potion himself. He didn't feel any particular changes, but he didn't know how the toxic gas could operate. So he decided to take the safest option. At least it wasn't odorless gas. Ro swallowed the recovery potion and whispered to himself. Some toxic gases were odorless and transparent. If the slime had used something like that, Ro would have probably died before realizing anything. If Ro collapsed Grandpa Gree would have surely come to help him, but that was a possibility nonetheless. Golems changed the materials they absorbed and built their bodies with them. If they absorbed rocks they became rock golems, If they absorbed silver, they became silver golems. Based on this, it was safe to assume that they could expel anything they absorbed once. Underground there were spots where toxic gases formed. The giant slime probably absorbed such gases as it moved through the earth and used it to attack and defend itself against the enemies that threatened it. Grandpa Gree's throat emitted an annoyed sound. Why do you say something like that, out of the blue? The proposal was, in other words, to unload the slime's annoyance in that country and flee to another. What a joke to say at a time like this. Wait, you're serious? Ro looked at Grandpa Gree's face and had a realization. The griffin was completely serious. Very unusually serious. Do you mean that we might have to seriously consider something like that? Grandpa Gree turned towards the slime under them. It was still spewing gas, while also trying to attack them with its tentacles. If Grandpa Gree's wind magic didn't repel the tentacle attacks, they couldn't talk normally like this. Grandpa Gree had already explained this before the battle began. It mattered little to Grandpa Gree, but it gauged Ro's reactions as it talked. Ro nodded, a grave look on his face. Couldn't we try leaving the gas like that and fighting as you protect us? Multiple magic and very advanced spells at that. If Grandpa Gree wasn't controlling such spells at the same time, it could probably easily deal with the slime. Unfortunately, that wasn't possible now. Grandpa Gree, what about purification magic? Purification magic, a branch of recovery magic, could purify poison and toxins. Right, of course. Healing magic is said to be easier to use for compassionate, kind-hearted humans. Ro's quick acceptance of Grandpa Gree's inability to use it invited the griffin's indignation, but there was no time to talk about that. Ro nonchalantly ignored it. Moreover, Ro did not have the slightest impression that recovery magic users were compassionate or kind-hearted. On the contrary, he had a completely opposite opinion. What about you two? The twins, naturally, shook their heads. I have some magic potions, but not nearly enough. Wait, magic potions? Ro seemed to have come up with something and started looking through his magic bag. He then took out a few bottles filled with transparent liquid. Holy water can purify it, right? What Ro took out was the holy water he had concocted in the forest. He had only heard rumors about its effects, but if holy light had healing and purifying properties, they could expect similar effects from holy water as well. He had made a lot of it too, so there were no issues of quantity. Let's try and see what happens. Ro then threw one of the bottles. Once the bottle left the radius of the wind magic that kept them afloat, it fell straight down on one of the slime's tentacles and shattered. At the same time, the gas cloud around the tentacle cleared for a moment. Looks like it's effective. But on the surface of the slime's body where the gas cleared, something changed. The spot where the holy water fell grew larger and its tentacles became more active. It healed too. As expected it, I guess. Together, they sighed heavily. Right. More than meaningless. It would even help the slime. The twins nodded decisively as well. They were cornered on all sides. Running away would be easier, that's for sure. Leaving such a massive monster alone, however, would surely cause a disaster. Ro could not bring himself to do something like that. In Ro's mind, an adventurer would never allow something like that. It's a risky gamble, but maybe we could cancel the wind wall, though it means the slime might flee, and have Grandpa Gree attack it while we purify the gas with holy water. As Ro was starting to consider this option, an idea flashed in his head. Hey, Grandpa Gree, you really have no way of dealing with the slime on your own? Ro felt that something was off ever since Grandpa Gree started saying that Ro and the twins' help was necessary in order to defeat the slime. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. Was their help truly necessary? He felt like they had fallen into another one of Grandpa Gree's schemes. Ro looked at Grandpa Gree's face, straight into its eyes. You do? Ro grinned. Grandpa Gree? Less than what? Greater than. Isn't it time to chant magic? Less than huh? Greater than. Grandpa Gree, surprised by Ro's words, stood there, its beak wide open. There were several ways to cast magic spells. Spell chanting consisted of reciting a fixed phrase, forming a clear formula, and activating the spell. Abbreviated chanting consisted of stating only the formula's name, forming it mentally to cast the spell. Creating the formula completely in one's mind, without uttering a single word, to build the formula and cast the spell was called no chanting. What Grandpa Gree normally used was the no chanting method. Most magic beasts did not use words and used no chanting instinctively, so Ro did not suspect anything. Until now. You used it before, right? Spell chanting. When Grandpa Gree used wind magic to lift Ro and the twins in the air, to protect them from the slime's toxic gas, it had whispered a chant. Ro hadn't heard the chant itself, just that Grandpa Gree was whispering something. He had just a few suspicions, which the Griffin was tricked into revealing were all true. The greatest difference between spell chanting and no chanting was the speed at which magic would be cast. No chanting did not require any words, so it was obviously faster. It also prevented the enemy to know what kind of magic one was casting. Thanks to the lack of reciting spell formulae, no chanting was much more convenient. The no chanting method would thus look completely superior to the others, but spell chanting was better in a very important category, the spell's offensive power. In terms of basic magic, or rather, magic that regular human spellcasters used, there wouldn't be much difference between spell chanting and no chanting. When it came to advanced magic, however, the difference became large. The reason was that most spells labeled as advanced magic involved a combination of multiple formulae. Spell chanting made it easy to combine the formulae by actually materializing them, so it was possible to use more of them at the same time. If you use spell chanting, you can finish it off, right? Even if they were floating in midair, the Griffin scratched its head with its front claws, finally squirming and hiding its head behind its wings. Grandpa Gree was extremely ashamed. Ro wasn't aware, but his words had dealt a powerful blow to the Griffin's sense of shame. Suddenly, Ro's body started falling. Ro, feeling the ground disappear from under his feet, shrieked. His body was supported immediately and brought back to its former position. Grandpa Gree's shock probably disrupted its magic control, as it heavily depended on the caster's mental state. The disrupted magic was not Wind Wall, but the wind magic supporting Ro and the twins. Fortunately, if Wind Wall had been disrupted, everything would have been for naught. Bow wow, bow wow. The twins, who risked falling alongside Ro, protested loudly too. Less than sorry. Greater than. Grandpa Gree lowered its head to the twins. Grandpa Gree apologized so honestly. What is it planning this time? Ro was shocked by Grandpa Gree's earnest apology and started doubting again, but quickly changed his mind. It probably did not have enough leeway to make excuses or change the topic as usual. Anyway, if you use spell chanting you could do something about it, right? Less than it's not impossible, but... Greater than. Grandpa Gree was hesitating, half of its face still hidden. The wings made it hard to see, but it looked like it was blushing. Grandpa Gree glanced at Ro, but in a different way than when it was put on the spot. Grandpa Gree's tone was very different from the usual boasting. It was timid and embarrassed. Ro and the twins were perplexed. The Griffin's glances from behind its wings and its hesitant words only annoyed them more and more. Grandpa Gree had somehow become even more of a pain than usual to deal with. In other words, we just need to destroy the core after you use magic, right? The plan would not be much different from the initial one. Originally the twins would expose the core with their attacks and Ro would deal the final blow. If you use powerful magic, we can use holy water first, can't we? Less than it might resurrect and flee. Greater than. We won't know unless we try, right? Grandpa Gree's tone was still awkward. It was clear that it hoped for Ro to say you don't have to do it. The Griffin's whole aura was imploring Ro to somehow understand it. Ro didn't know what troubled Grandpa Gree so much about using the spell chanting method, but decided to ignore it. There was no other way out, so they had to do it. Okay then, use spell chanting and knock it out. Ro used a casual tone on purpose and Grandpa Gree glared at him. The Griffin shouted. Its face was wine red, it was clear even through the wings. It looked like an embarrassed maiden. What is this magic beast Grandpa saying? Ro and the twins looked at each other, speechless. What a pain. Ro and the twins thought the very same thing. Even compared with the usual prideful, haughty, selfish, mischievous, always trying to prank you Grandpa Gree, this timid Grandpa Gree was much more annoying to deal with. You hate that so much? Is it really? Ro turned towards the twins, which cocked their heads in adorable puzzlement. They had been with Ro and Grandpa Gree since they were born, after all, so they did not know Magic Beast Society. Ro could not understand a Magic Beast's sense of shame, but looking at how Grandpa Gree acted embarrassed, it seemed very human-like to him. Grandpa Gree normally was, after all, Ro already viewed it as such, so nothing would change within him even if it used spell chanting. There's only us here now, so what's the problem? Besides, I'm a human, so I don't get what's so shameful about it. Less than brat, if I said that being naked is not shameful for me, would you dance naked, here and now? Greater than. In other words, what Grandpa Gree whispered before was something as shameful as dancing naked. But it did it for Ro and the twins' sake. Ro thought so and improved a little his opinion of Grandpa Gree. It had protected him and the twins until the end, at the cost of doing something so embarrassing. For that, I'm very grateful, is what Ro wanted to say. Grandpa Gree interrupted Ro and started fussing. What a horrible example. Ro wanted to honestly thank Grandpa Gree, but the Griffin's nasty example made him lose all will to do so. It had stepped on a landmine. Grandpa Gree itself probably wasn't aware of how its bad habit of not listening to what other people said always came back to bite it. It wouldn't listen, after all. Understood. It'll be embarrassing if you're heard, right? We're going to plug our ears then. Grandpa Gree spread its wings wide and clamored. If you want to escape, then do it. I'm going to stay. Bow wow, bow wow. Kah. Twins, you're on the brat's side too? The Magic Wolf twins agreed with Ro, so Grandpa Gree shouted, frustrated. No, I don't think that will happen, though, because the slime is probably going to chase after you. If the magic cage created by Grandpa Gree in the surroundings disappeared, the slime will probably flee at first, but then it will surely look for Grandpa Gree again. Ro couldn't say it would definitely happen, but it was highly likely. The important thing was not whether that prediction was likely or not. Anyway, even if it was a lie, the important thing was to convince Grandpa Gree. So this is goodbye, Grandpa Gree. We'll feel so lonely. Woof, woof. The twins too whined sadly, but it kind of seemed like an act. They were just following Ro's lead. Of course, Grandpa Gree was well aware that Ro's words were just an act meant to negotiate with it, but it also knew that if Grandpa Gree actually fled, Ro and the twins would choose to stay back. The reason was because Ro admired adventurers, and aspired to become one. He would never flee to save himself. Grandpa Gree knew it well. Less than you will plug your ears. Greater than. Of course, Grandpa Gree insisted, while blushing all the while. Thank you, Grandpa Gree. Ro's words of gratitude made Grandpa Gree get even redder, so it looked away. Volume 2, CH 7.7. While the boy and the three magic beasts were busy talking, the slime continued attacking. The surroundings were filled with gas, which formed a thick fog. Many of its tentacles were stretched, some of them made of metal and looking just like sharp spears. Once the slime realized that gas was effective, it also started spewing other poisonous liquids and reassembled the materials it absorbed to use them as throwing ammunition. Grandpa Gree's defense, however, was peerless. It repelled each and every attack and did not let gas slip through anywhere. When it used the wind wall in the Norfa Valley, a large sound disrupted its attention and cancelled it, but nothing of the sort happened this time. The wind wall continued blocking all escape routes, while the earth magic continued reinforcing the ground, no matter how many times the slime tried to melt it. Grandpa Gree's prison of magic was impregnable. The reason was that Grandpa Gree had properly concentrated when forming the formulae for these spells. The wind wall created in Norfa Valley was done on a whim, so not much thought was put into it. This time, Ro was involved, making the situation much different. If Ro's safety or wishes were involved, Grandpa Gree became serious to the point of being overprotective. After all, Ro heard Grandpa Gree's desperate plea and, after a small sigh, plugged his ears. The twins too leaned forward and used their front paws to do the same. Grandpa Gree was so desperate that Ro started thinking that he wanted to hear instead. He wouldn't actually do it, of course. Seeing Grandpa Gree act like that, however, made Ro wonder if the Griffin was unexpectedly weak to shame. Ro made a mental point to make any and all future punishments for Grandpa Gree embarrassing things. Grandpa Gree emitted a high-pitched cry. Grandpa Gree's voice echoed in a duet. It was pleasant, almost as if it wasn't the Griffin's voice. Actually, it was a trio. Grandpa Gree deftly managed to complain while chanting. Ro continued plugging his ears and holding his head, sad that the chanted magic's atmosphere was ruined. It was to be expected since it could cast multiple magic spells at the same time, but Grandpa Gree possessed parallel thinking. It was using it to complain while chanting the spells, so the chanting and complaining could be heard at the same time. Grandpa Gree's chant was unique. It was a formula Ro never heard before. He couldn't imagine what kind of magic formula it would create. Normal chanting was something like "O spirit of flames in my hand, gather and form a spear of flames, flame lance," clearly stating what kind of phenomenon one wished to create. Grandpa Gree's chant, however, didn't specify what it wanted to create. It would be such a nice chant without all the complaining. So thought Ro. Then he realized he could hear Grandpa Gree normally. Ro turned towards the twins and they nodded at him, signaling that they could too. Ro quickly nodded in response, instructing them to pretend they couldn't hear. Grandpa Gree's words were not spoken in its real voice. They were plugging their ears, so there was no way they could hear. Normally, Grandpa Gree would realize it immediately, but the pressure probably prevented him from noticing. It was so busy chanting and complaining that it didn't realize anything yet. The griffin's shrill cries and its actual cries were also charged with magic power and supported the chanting. They reached Ro and the twins' ears as well. Grandpa Gree talked as if it had suffered actual damage, but it was all unjustified resentment. As soon as those words were pronounced, a powerful wind started spinning. The wind wall around the slime accelerated and turned into a massive whirlwind. Powerful gusts of wind started blowing inside the wind wall, where the air had been completely still until then, slicing the slime tentacles one after the other. The slime, swept by the wind, decreased in size just like a wet rag being squeezed. Oh okay. Ro was looking, dazed, at the scene of carnage under his feet, when Grandpa Gree called to him. He was still plugging his ears and shouldn't be able to hear, but he replied unconsciously, "Got it." Ro took out a few leather bags from the magic bag and threw them below, one after the other. Inside them was the holy water, of course. Ro had experimented on the drinking water he carried, which all turned into holy water. The leather bags were ripped open by the whirlwinds, pouring their contents inside the vortex. The slime's noxious gases were then purified and quickly disappeared. It's healing. The slime's body was healed by the holy water. Its beak twisted into a grin. Grandpa Gree laughed loudly. As soon as it did, the recovering slime's body was ripped apart. Inside the whirlwind, countless wind cutters had been created, just like sharp thorns. They rode inside the whirlwind and spun together with it. They sliced the slime's body much faster than the holy water could heal it. Sliced by the blades, the slime tried to reduce its size to protect itself, but the whirlwind closed in at the same time, leaving it no way to escape the mayhem. From the bottom of his heart, Ro was glad that slimes did not have blood. Its semi-transparent body was simply ripped apart, so he could still stand to watch. But if it was a magic beast with blood running through its veins, Ro shuddered. He was also glad the slime did not talk or emit any cries. If it shed blood and cried in pain, even Ro used to dissecting magic beasts would suffer from mental damage. Grandpa Gree's loud laugh echoed. Yep, Grandpa Gree is the bad guy here. Bow wow, bow wow. The twins wholeheartedly agreed to Ro's whisper. The whirlwind squeezed the slime to the maximum. It was now so small that it was invisible in the eye of the hurricane. Yes, Grandpa Gree seemed to prioritize its personal grudges more than anything else, but it was not the time to worry about that. Grandpa Gree reaching its limits meant that the magic cage would disappear too. Without the cage, even if only the core remained, the slime would probably absorb materials from the ground and reform itself. They had to move quickly. The whirlwind thinned down even more and calmed down. Under it, something gleamed. Ro and the twins lightly nodded, then started falling. When they were close to ground level, a gust of wind blew and let them land without problems. Grandpa Gree used its magic to let them land safely. Ro and the twins ran towards the gleaming object, the slime's core. It was large enough to exceed Ro in height. On its surface, covered in mithril, the slime's transparent body was already squirming. Its regenerative powers were truly astounding. Oh woo-oo! The red magic wolf howled and flames danced on the core. Oh woo-oo! The blue wolf howled and the scorched surface, turned to very high temperature in an instant, had now turned cold enough to be touched safely. Good. Ro exhaled sharply, concentrated, then struck the core with his palm. Can my power. My magic really work? He, who had always been called useless, who couldn't even proper offensive magic, could he really do it? He had to, though. He had to trust the contract formed with Gramp Ugly and unleash all the magic power they had in common. Ro's palm smarted. The slime's sticky liquid was starting to melt his skin and flesh. Its body was starting to recover, again. There was little time left. While gritting his teeth through the pain, Ro took a deep breath. Microwave. Ro whispered faintly, then used as much magic as he could onto the core. Nothing happened. The inside of the core was supposed to heat up and for the core to rupture from inside. From outside, nothing seemed to be happening. However, after a moment that seemed to last for an eternity, a crack-like sound was heard from inside the core. Is it over? Ro couldn't tell if the slime died or not. Its body did not seem to be recovering. But was it really over? Woof, woof. The twins rubbed their bodies against Ro's. They looked happy, and Ro replied with a smile. It's over, right? Woof. The twins barked together and nodded vigorously. Instinctively, they knew that the slime was dead. Great. Ro sat on the ground, as if collapsing. The twins immediately jumped on him and licked his face furiously. They were still full of energy. It didn't seem possible, after they had fought so much. Ro hugged them as they continued licking his face. It was a scene right out of their usual life. Less than greater than. Then, a loud voice echoed. The voice seemed in a pinch. Ro had used magic power to the limits, so they had run out of it. Because of that, Gramp Ugly couldn't use wind magic to stay afloat anymore. It could still fly by using its wings, but since it usually relied on magic to fly, it was fairly bad at it. Gramp Ugly, do your best. Looking at Gramp Ugly, awkwardly gliding down, Ro and the twins laughed loudly. The disturbance started from Norfa Valley was finally completely over. Apparently, Ro and the servant beasts were sitting on a slab of hard rock that used to be called Flower Owl Hill. Once a grass field brimming with flowers, it was now a desolate crater. They were sitting more or less in its center. Okay, sure, but I have nothing else you can eat, you know? Gramp Ugly and the wolf twins were lying on the ground, leering at the feed placed before them. Their expressions were so disgusted that it was hard to think that they were looking at something to eat. What stood before them was the Adventurers Guild famed specialty, dried feed made exclusively for magic beasts. Commonly called Crispies. Ro found some samples in his magic bag, for some reason, and placed them on bowls. After defeating the slime, the servant beasts said they were hungry, so Ro looked for anything he could serve them. When he took them out, however, all servant beasts looked positively horrified. This is feed for devils. It doesn't even deserve to be called food. The wolf twins followed Gramp Ugly's declaration with clearly dissatisfied howling. You've eaten this before? Less than greater than. After Ro was banished from crack of dawn, the servant beasts were served nothing else to eat, but they did not even want to recall such hellish memories. But this is a problem. I really don't have anything else. Should we join with the others? Then, Gramp Ugly made no effort to hide its foul mood. Ro's group had stayed in the crater in order to return Flower Owl Hill to its original form. They couldn't reform the plants or flowers, but Gramp Ugly's earth magic could restore the concave fissure to its former shape. Until Gramp Ugly recovered enough magic power, they would rest in the center of the crater, the most suitable location to gather magic power. Eh? They're all coming? Gramp Ugly's magic power had already recovered a little, at least enough to use detection magic. Its range extended much farther than the grass field, reaching all locations visible from the grass field. It couldn't tell how many witnesses there were, but unexpectedly, there were very few people around. Possibly because it was still early morning. News that something happened in that location will probably spread, but no one would probably know about what actually happened or who caused it. It will likely remain as one of the mystery events that happened in the country. Some might suspect that whatever happened was tied with the Alden Forest events, but no one would ever find out the truth. After a while, human silhouettes appeared at the edge of the crater. It was Nostalgia's members. Are you all right? They were deftly sliding down the smooth slopes of the crater, so they approached much faster than running would allow. A few minutes after their silhouettes appeared, they already reached the center of the crater. That's the first thing you say. Greeted by Grandpa Gree's sudden order, Dietrich was relieved to see that it was as difficult as usual and laughed bitterly. Looks like it's over. It sure was incredible, or should I say, stupidly huge magic. As they were looking from far away, they could tell better than Ro how massive the scale of Grandpa Gree's magic was. Allow me to deal with this stupid man later. Please let us know all details about that wonderful magic spell, Bernhardt. Every time you talk things get messy. Bernhardt interrupted Grandpa Gree and Dietrich's conversation, pleading with stars in his eyes. Cornelia and Christoph looked at their bickering, dejected. The arrival of the group fixed the twins' mood. Now they were running around Dietrich, jumping and kicking him. Ro looked at them, smiling. It's all so peaceful, he whispered. What? Everyone who heard Ro turned towards him and reacted. The grass field had been annihilated, replaced by a massive crater, where until moments before an unrealistic battle took place. Ro, who defined it as peaceful, was looked at with utter disbelief. The biggest shot here is Ro, after all. Nostalgia's members and the servant beasts all nodded to Cornelia's words. Ro cocked his head to the side. I don't get it, but anyway. Could you make some food for Grandpa Gree and the twins? There is something else I have to do. Ro stood up. Hey, where are you going? The slime's materials. There will never be another chance to obtain so many useful things. Ro ran off. Slimes could be found anywhere, but after they were defeated their materials were absorbed into the ground, so they were surprisingly rare. Because of this, research about the ways they could be used did not advance at all. In the crater now there was an abundance of slime materials. The ground was also still solid rock, making it difficult for them to be absorbed and easy to recover. It was 1 in a million chance for Ro. He doesn't change a bit, huh? Even after becoming the master of a high-rank magic beast, he still acted like the lowest class all-rounder. Dietrich thought briefly about Grandpa Gree's words, then smiled. You're absolutely right. Not only Dietrich, but everyone else agreed too. In a way, Ro was a weak and low-ranked all-rounder. However, he was also the strongest and greatest all-rounder. That was the best way to describe Ro. Volume 2, ch 8.1 Chapter 8. The Disturbance Ends. Afterwards, Ro's group returned to Adaman, but they had to wait outside the city gates for 10 days. It was to check if the servant beasts were really affected by the subjugation collars. If it was only the magic wolf twins they wouldn't need so much time. The real problem was the griffin. Because of the griffin appearing in town and causing a commotion, they were especially wary of it. Ro said that Crack of Dawn's griffin had simply become his servant beast, but, since telling each individual griffin apart was difficult and Ro was a mere all-rounder, no one would trust him that easily. After 10 days they were finally allowed into town, but instructions were sent to keep tight security around Ro and the Coralder Company, his employer. During these 10 days, Ro and the others did not simply relax outside the city gates. They were interrogated many times about the events that happened in the Alden Forest and Norfa Valley, by city officials and Adventurers Guild staff, to the point that they could barely prepare food for the servant beasts. Thankfully, the Flower Owl Hill incident was not thought to be related to them, so they were not asked about it. It was probably thanks to the fact that Grandpa Gree had returned the large crater to its former shape and they erased all evidence. Eyewitnesses reported only that a large whirlwind formed, eradicating all plants and flowers, but it was treated as an abnormal natural phenomenon. Only the servant beasts were not allowed in town, so, during the 10-day period, Ro and the other humans in the group took turns in entering town. The first thing he did was report to Coralder. He thought he would be asked lots of questions, but the report ended strangely quickly. Coralder simply smiled as he listened to what Ro said, taking everything in. Ro was impressed by his composure, thinking that he wasn't the president of a large trading company for nothing, after all. Dietrich and Cornelia, who accompanied Ro, looked at Coralder with worry, but the report ended with little to no questions, so there was nothing to be actually worried about. I will take my leave, then. Please consider my requests. Yes, be careful. After Ro left and closed the door behind him, an awkward atmosphere filled the room. 1 second later, Coralda collapsed on the table. I think you have performed admirably. The voice came from the leader of the spies. He had witnessed the Floweral Hill incident too, so he was present for Rowe's report. Coralda did not move an inch, to the point that he seemed unconscious. The leader of the spies had worked under Coralda for a long time, but he had never seen him like that before. Considering they would continue to collaborate in the future, Rowe reported the whole truth to Coralda. Rowe's report. Especially about holy water, Mithril emitting holy light. The contract with the servant beasts. The opinions of Rowe and Nostalgia's members conflicted about whether reporting the truth to Coralda, but after a majority vote, they decided to report everything. Coralda listened to the whole report, a smile never leaving his lips. He felt his heart jump and beat faster and faster as he listened to incredible truths one after the other. His head started spinning, but his pride as president supported him throughout. Nostalgia's members looked at him with apprehension, but he pretended not to notice. It was no surprise that he didn't speak much with them afterwards. Mithril emitting holy light and holy water. They're both heavy secrets. I wish I wouldn't know about it either, to be honest. Despite what the man said, he was quite excited. On Floweral Hill, he had witnessed the Griffin and the Magic Wolf twins' incredible battle and was utterly shocked by it. He was glad that all his surprise and fear could be shared by his employer, Coralda, thanks to the report. Moreover, the servant beast contract. Do you think they can truly understand what the magic beasts say? The man would never tell anyone about things he learned during a mission, and the responsibility fell on Coralda, who gave him the mission. Even if he ended up knowing such secrets, his position was much less risky. I suppose I underestimated Rowe. Still collapsed face down on the table, Coralda whispered. I thought he was just a talented alchemist. How could I be so naive? Coralda's body shook, though it was unclear if he was sobbing or cackling. I am pretty confident in my people-reading skills, you know? The moment I laid eyes on Rowe, I knew I had found a wonderful rare item. This time, however, my eyes weren't keen enough. The man looked at the shivering Coralda with a kind-hearted gaze. Coralda, who would simply grin even when he suffered great financial failures or his life was targeted by assassins, couldn't lift his head from the table. A rare item? That boy is made of gemstone. An incredibly large gemstone, so precious that everyone would want it, something that can bring its owner to ruin. I didn't notice and put it into my pocket. An incredible blunder, since not only my life, but the future of the whole company is in danger. Coralda suddenly stopped shaking. I'm going to attack, Coralda shouted and stood up. His expression returned to the usual. If I can protect Rowe. The gemstone in my pocket till the end, it will be my win. In order to do that, I must attack. Staying on the defensive would ultimately mean defeat. In his eyes burned a strong flame of conviction. Coralda had made his decision. I won't let the government nor the church lay their hands on him. Luckily, as the report said, the servant beasts will surely protect Rowe. I just need to protect the company, as I did until now. I have more than enough ways to attack. Coralda wasn't looking at the leader of the spies. His words were aimed at himself. I will use them all. Coralda then grinned as usual. Looking at him, the leader of the spies made his decision as well, and his lips formed a smile too. What will you do about Rowe's request, then? At the end of the report, Rowe had made a request to Coralda. It was something very easy for Coralda, but he held off on his decision, because it would affect future plans. There's a good place. Rowe might oppose it at first, but I will push for him to accept it. Coralda had completely returned to his usual self. He turned towards the leader of the spies and winked. Volume 2, ch 8.2. Then, 2 weeks after the Alden Forest events. Hi Rowe. We're here. Come on in. Rowe welcomed Nostalgia's members, who came to visit him. Rowe had built a simple stone stove in a corner of the garden and was roasting a whole boar. It was a normal boar, not a magic beast, but it was about as large as Rowe was tall. Its hair had been cleanly shaven, a skewer piercing its stomach as it was leisurely roasted over weak fire. Whoa, this house is bigger than I expected. Dietrich looked at the nearby building and expressed his surprise. The request Rowe made to Coralda was for a house. His room in Coralda's trading company was too small to live with servant beasts. Because of that, Rowe hoped he could rent a house from Coralda, or that Coralda would help him find a house, but, because of various circumstances, they finally decided to buy a house, located within the Coralda Company's premises. Ro was opposed to letting the servant beasts inside the company buildings, and Coralda did not want to let go of him, so they agreed to compromise. The building was present since before Coralda established his company and was used as a stable for horses at first, but, after it became too small and they built proper horse stables, it was used as a stockroom. Ro bought it, made it fit for living and moved there. The house had 2 floors. The ground floor had the servant beast's bedroom and the kitchen, the first floor Ro's alchemy laboratory and living space. It also had a garden and field, though small, and being inside the Coralda Company's tall walls, the servant beasts could move around plenty without causing trouble to the townspeople. I didn't know you were rich, Ro. You had enough to buy a house this big. The other members looked at the house too. Bernhardt was as quiet as usual, but he looked at it too. Ro planned to borrow the money to buy the house from Coralda, but the latter saved part of the money earned from selling Ro's recovery potions, so he used it for the house. Ro regularly sent part of the money earned through selling his recovery potions, through Coralda's company, to his grandmother in the countryside. The remaining money was saved by Coralda, to prevent Crack of Dawn from finding out about it and stealing it from Ro. Ro didn't think it was a lot of money, on the contrary. He thought there wouldn't be much, but it was actually much more than he expected, so he could buy the house with just a small discount from Coralda. Grandpa Gree's voice echoed. The griffin was stationed in front of the stone oven, uncaring of the smoke and sparks, staring at the roasting boar. Grandpa Gree, you could at least greet them. The griffin replied bluntly, without even looking at them, but it had grown familiar enough with nostalgia to greet them. They had spent 10 days outside the town gates together, after all. Grandpa Gree. Never mind. It would be kind of creepy if it got polite all of a sudden anyway. Here, this is a gift from us. Dietrich stopped Ro from scolding Grandpa Gree and gave him a basket of fruits. Thank you so much. Woof woof, woof woof. As soon as Ro took the basket and Dietrich's hands became free, the wolf twins jumped out. With a splendid combination, they rolled Dietrich up and pushed him towards the grassy field. They had aimed for the moment he let go of his luggage. Whoa. Wait. I said wait. Wahahaha. They started playing together, rolling on the grass. Dietrich looked like he was having fun too, and it had become a ritual at this point, so no one stopped them. The magic wolf twins had become better friends with nostalgia than Grandpa Gree. They were better friends with Dietrich than even Ro. Their games, which looked more like they were fighting, happened pretty much every day. Could we see inside the house? Cornelia sighed while looking at Dietrich and the twins, then asked this question to Ro. Despite the sigh, Cornelia was thankful that Dietrich and the twins had formed such a relationship. Ever since he started playing with the twins, Dietrich had stopped chasing the skirts of suspicious women. It was one of Dietrich's bad habits that she couldn't stop, but he didn't try to hit on any beautiful woman he saw like before. The twins were wonderful playtime companions and stress relievers, probably because their mental age was close. Sure, just let me finish cooking this meat first. There's not much inside, though. Alchemy tools and stuff, right? I've never seen a magic beast welling either. Are we truly allowed to lay our eyes on Lord Grandpa Gree's chambers? Oh yeah, what kind of place do griffins live in? No one has ever seen their nest, so I'm curious. Cornelia, Bernhardt and Christoph seemed interested in Ro's house. Ro knew there really wasn't much to show, but he was happy they wanted to see it. We'll eat after Mr. Coralda arrives, you know that. The company closes in 1 hour, so wait a little while. Grandpa Gree's gaze was glued to the roasting boar, dripping delicious-looking fat. Yes, be patient. Less than don't treat me like an impatient child. I am a master of patience. Greater than. What are you saying? Don't even try to take a bite, by the way. Or you'll have a special serving of Crispies, only for you. Grandpa Gree furrowed its brow in utter disgust. Ro didn't know why, but the servant beasts seemed to wholeheartedly hate Crispies, as if their parents had been killed by them. The threatened Grandpa Gree continued staring at the boar, as Dietrich and the twins' happy yelps could be heard in the background. About 1 hour later, a crowd was gathered outside Ro's house. With Nostalgia's members' help, Ro brought a table outside and set out the prepared food he received from Coralda's employees. There was also alcohol available, inside glass bottles in a large wooden crate. Other than Nostalgia, the group consisted of people working in Coralda's company. Craftsmen, coachmen, cafeteria workers, and other sorts of people. In the past 2 weeks, Ro had made friends with many craftsmen. They were all older than him, but some of them admired him like a mentor. The twins were especially popular among female workers for their cuteness. Grandpa Gree was feared by the workers, who always kept their distance from it, so even now only Nostalgia's members were close to the griffin. "Are you ready, everybody?" Coralda called for the group's attention. Everyone took a glass in hand and waited for Coralda to continue speaking. "Let us thus celebrate this new start for Ro's life. Cheers!" Cheers! Coralda's cheer was followed by loud cheers and the sound of clinking glass. Ro's new life started in a lively, cheerful atmosphere.